Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Battle of Generation. First rapid day of Nutcracker tournament is kicking off in a couple of minutes. The reminder, the score is equal between Team of Kings and the Team of Princes after the classical part. So it's 16-16, it might have as well been 0-0. So today and tomorrow will decide the battle. The reminder, 4 players in each team. The Scheveningen system is used, so each player from each team plays with all the players on the other team's list. Today we have 4 rounds, same goes for tomorrow with colors reversed, and the first rapid round will start in a couple of minutes. The time control for the rapid tournament is 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. The schedule will be 4 rounds starting each hour sharp, so 3 p.m. Moscow time will start the first round. If there will be no delays, second round's going to start 4 p.m., 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. accordingly all the other rounds. Well, the pairing for the first round, I was trying to figure out, well, it does repeat the first round of the Classic, It does repeat the first round of the Classic. So Evgeny has the white pieces against Alexei Serena, Shirov has white against Yesipenko, Yufa white against Tomaszewski, and Semyon Lomasov is white against Boris Gelfand. That's an empty scoreboard right there. We'll be filling it up, I believe, after each round. And traditionally, let's remind ourselves that that's a 7th edition of the Nutcracker tournament. Traditionally, the younger team, the Princes, tends to do very well in the rapid format. So let's see if this year, and once again a reminder of a weirdness I'm experiencing talking about this tournament. It's a last year's tournament. It's a Nutcracker 2019 played in 2020. So let's see if this Nutcracker 2019 will be any different. So typically we expect younger team to do very well in the rapids. And well, the games are about to start. So one more thing to add. Greetings. Well, of course you know, guys, that's International Women's Day, celebrated in, well, quite a few countries, Russia not being an exception. So do not forget to greet your missus if you're celebrating, and if there are any ladies in the chat. So once again, happy holiday, happy International Women's Day to you. Right, I believe we are ready to start, and today's going to be much more dynamic, it feels like. So I won't be stopping too much on each game, because, well, simply won't have the luxury to do so. We'll be switching more between the games. Let's see, I'm still expecting Boris to score his first victory. Boris Gelfand, that is, really, well, great player. Not having a successful tournament here, finished the classical part on -1. The leaders, by the way, each team has its best performer. Andrei Yesipenko, he finished the classical part on 3 out of 4. And from the Kings, it's been the youngest king out there, Evgeny Tomaszewski, 2 times Russian champion and current Russian champion, is on 3 out of 4 after the classical part. So final announcement by the arbiter, and I believe we are going to start soon. Anything to add to this? Yeah, the time control is 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. So technically, with this schedule of the round starts, if one game is really long, there is a possibility that we will not start the next round on time. So, well, we'll readjust. I believe the next round, well, it is scheduled, but it will never start earlier than 10 minutes after the last game of the previous round is finished. So if you see like one long game is going on and you've lost the interest, that means that you have at least 10 minutes to make a break and then possibly come back when, you know, when the other game's in progress, the other round has started. Okay, so the games have started. we have Lomasov and Gelfand on our screen. I believe that's the repetition of their game 1. Not quite. Lomasov today chose to play 6c3 instead of rook e1. That's quite curious. That's quite curious. And now looks like they're transposing. Well, Gelfand used queen c7 in the classical game, a weird move, right? So that was hang on. That was the classical game between the same opponents. Lomasov went with rook e1. Point being, I believe I've described it. So if you play d6 or some stuff like that, white plays e5 and then ruins your pawn structure. So bishop g7, c3 played in our game, knight to f6, rook e1 castles, and white goes for d4. I believe you trade, and then the question is if you actually play d5 here. That's like always been the principled question. You go d5, knight e4, this bishop is passive, the knight, however, is very nicely placed, and then some sort of bishop f5, this kind of variations. Because if you trade on c3, that's interesting. I mean, this simplistic position and black having a pair of bishops, it's actually not that great because the bishop on g7 is very passive. Bishop a3, sometimes, yeah, like put it on c5. And bishop on c8 is not that great. Well, you have the chance to trade it immediately by going bishop g4, capturing on f3, but then once again, guess what? White is somewhat better, so you can't really play this position in such a simple fashion. Gelfand, interestingly, is not in rush to capture on d4. Sometimes they do this. They postpone the capture, they play some sort of queen b6 to stop white from developing the knight on c3. So kind of postponing it for one more move and then see if there is any benefit. I'm actually wondering if d5 immediately makes sense. So d5 and knight e4, and there is no knight c3 for white. There should be theory, of course. It's just that all those bishop b5 lines look the same to me, so somewhat confusing, you know. Right, let's move on to something else. Nair and Sarana repeating the Najdorf from the first round. Najdorf with h3 and knight de2, but this time h5 is played. It was something with, what was the move? Knight to d7, knight to c5, early b5, something like that, right? So this time Sarana goes for much more solid h7, h5. Here I've described there is a very funny line starting with knight g1. So white spends enormous amount of tempi moving his knight to g1, and then later on back to f3, later on to g5. But yeah, but Nair decided it'd be too much for this particular game. So bishop e3, bishop to e6, knight goes to d5. It's not really a pawn sacrifice. You can't capture on e4 because bishop b6, right? So white uses the early possibility to put the knight on d5. Bishop takes, pawn takes. So that's always a debate here after knight d5. You keep the bishop but lose a tempo. That can be achieved by capturing on d5 with the knight and then moving the bishop to f5. So, but you have to spend an extra tempo moving this bishop, and then in case of bishop f5 after knight g3, you have to move it for one more time, so not to everyone's liking. Bishop takes d5, ed5, knight b to d7 is very common, so black tries to build his strategy on the dark squares. Later on g6 and possibly bishop to g7, sometimes even bishop to h6, trying to swap the bishops. So knight to c3, b7, b5, once again with well, typically this knight is placed elsewhere, right? So one knight jumped to d5, was traded for black's bishop. So typically in the Najdorf you have the other knight on b3, and then b5 is not that great of a move because it weakens c6 square. So with knight on b3, white would go queen d2, knight to a5, and then this knight very often lands on c6. So it has to be done with care. But here the knight is on c3, so b5 is a decent move. It's very, very, white's knight is very, very far from the c6 square. So b5, being ready to disturb the knight if needed, possibly knight b6 later. After b5, white goes bishop e2. Knight b6 is a possibility, an option. g6 with the idea to complete the development is perfectly playable, of course. And then I reckon white might consider going queen d2, stopping bishop h6, but then once again you have to know what you're doing after b4. It's like b4, if knight d1, that's an awkward move. Then some queen a5, targeting d5. Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing with white, you might end up in a very unpleasant position very quickly. And that's the power of a knight of variation. Alexei Serenai is thinking here, so perhaps has spotted an alternative to g7, g6. Oh, well, knight b6. Knight b6, as I said, is a possible move. Well, I wonder if b4 is the move, in fact. An immediate b4, attacking the knight and planning for queen a5. Like, for instance, after knight a4, queen a5 wins the pawn on d5, right? Targets the knight, targets the pawn. There is still c4. Okay, yeah, now we are talking. There is still c4. So it's not really winning the pawn. c4, guarding d5, guarding the knight on a4. But then it's all about black being or not being able to control the c5 square. So say black goes g6, you castle, and if something like this happens, knight to e4 and then knight to c5, black is typically very, very happy. Okay, Serena starts with queen a5. That's interesting. Starts with queen a5, so now he's threatening b4, right? Now he's threatening b4. If white goes a3, I wonder if black is planning knight e4 here. So wants to damage the structure, wants to capture on c3. If white tries to guard the knight on c3, there is also knight c5, but even a simple knight takes c3 should be good for black. So after queen a5, a3, knight e4, there is b4 move. Knight takes c3, ba5, knight takes d1, and say rook takes d1. Once again, leading to a really, really strange structure. I mean, not very common. The pawn on a5 might not be as bad as it seems. Might not be as bad as it seems. If white gets c4 or a4 quickly, then, you know, targets the b5 pawn. In case those pawns getting exchanged, then a6 is somewhat weak. It becomes very, very dynamic. So after queen a5, Evgeny now castles short, so that means after b4 he's ready to sacrifice the pawn. After b4, not that much of a choice involved. You probably play knight b1, and we have a conflict very early on the board. Well, Serena decided not to, not to rush with this b4. Went for bishop e7, but in this case, after a3, it will be tough for black to justify queen a5. I don't like it, to be honest. I don't like it for black. It's not like black's position is terrible, but queen d8 to a5 happens to be just a loss of a tempo in this case. So queen has nothing to do on a5 unless you play b4, right? And after a3, b4 doesn't make all that much of a sense, it seems. Okay, the camera has switched to Alexei Shirov and Andrei Yesipenko. Let's find out what's going on there. Okay, Shirov deviates from 1e4 from the classical game, where we had seen the Roy Lopez, the attempt to play the Marshal from Yesipenko and anti-Marshal chosen by Alexei Shirov. And once again, very typical situation on the clock. Yesipenko blitzing his moves out, showing off a very, very good preparation. Shirov tends to spend a lot of time in the opening. The Catalan is played, and Yesipenko is going for a very, very solid classical approach. No check on b4, but just this Catalan with the c4. Queen c2, a6, a4, bishop to d7, all that's known. bishop g5, knight to d7, knight c3, black forces white to exchange the bishop, h6, knight to e5, trade on g2, a5. Very solid position for black. White is somewhat better in the center, right? But black has, that's an important square to control. The square on b4, e3, c6, queen to b3, queen to c7, rook f, c1, and rook f to d8. So typically it's a, it's a position where white has just a slight pressure. Black is very solid, but lacks the real counterplay. It's really, really hard for black. It's like you have to prepare and carry out e6, e5 break. So for that, you'll have to play like knight d7 under the right circumstances, try to trade the knights, or just chase the knight away, and then go for e6, e5. c6, c5. It's much harder to achieve. I mean, you can play it, but it's practically never good, right? So it's really, really hard to construct a position where c6, c5 will be a good move, because it gives away the b5 square. So Shirov has the pleasant position, but Yasipenko doesn't seem to be impressed by it. 16 minutes, played very, very fast. Perhaps knows that this position is not dangerous. Knight to b5. What's that? What's knight b5? Oh well. So I assume after queen b8, yeah, obviously using the fact that the c pawn is pinned, the knight cannot be taken. After queen b8, knight is going to a3. Perhaps that's the idea. Yeah, and it's already played. Knight going to a3, knight going to c4. But the real idea of knight b5 is shown in this line. Queen b6. No. Disregard what I'm saying, guys. I thought queen b6 leads to a crazy complex position after knight f7. Black cannot capture because there is knight d6 and white wins the queen. So black has to capture this knight. White takes on d8, and it's a messy position with white having a rook and some pawns against the couple of minor pieces. But in fact, queen b6 is a terribly bad move because of knight c4. All that simply doesn't work. Knight to c4, queen a6, knight to c7, white wins in exchange for nothing. So queen b8 was pretty much forced. Knight moved to a3. So the knight is heading towards c4, and establishing the knights like that, then white will try to move, to create some initiative on the king side, interestingly enough. Under cover of this knight on e5, the centralized knight, he'll try to, push those pawns. Because despite having the semi-open c-file, with queen side pawns organized like that, white is very unlikely to have any initiative on a queen side. It's like b2, b4 is practically not possible. So you might want to see some games of Alexander Grishuk, like from the Catalan, not exactly this position, but some similar positions like that. So he is really, like his game against Lenier Dominguez, I don't quite remember where it was. Possibly Sinfield Cup, something, where Grishuk very nicely created some unpleasant pressure on the queen side. Or maybe, was it the World Cup, perhaps? Yep. Okay, knight a3, Yasipenko thinking, let's switch to Ufa and Tomaszewski, because here we have a very, very sharp position. Once again, started with the Catalan and the same line, but over here, bishop g5 instead of queen c4, bishop c6, you still can capture the pawn on c4, of course, and rook d1 is known to be a very, very sharp sideline where black has to be extremely careful. b5, bishop takes, and knight to c3. So white sacrifices the pawn, very typical pawn sacrifice for the Catalan, and then tries to use the center. So queen to e8, moving away from the d file, e4, And well, not only that, but also guarding the b5 pawn, right? So now in the line a b5, trade the rooks. The queen guards the b5 pawn, so that's important. Queen e8, e4, g7, g6, shutting down the diagonal, because sometimes ideas like that, knight g5 threatening a checkmate and opening the bishop on g2 at the same time. Right, so g6, perfectly justifiable. d5, bishop to b7, e5, bishop to g7, knight g5, very, very energetic play. You have to capture on d5, knight to c6, f4, and Tomaszewski is sacrificing the knight on e5 because too many threats. Knight c7, you know, the bishop is shut down. So knight takes e5, played pretty fast. So that means Tomaszewski knows what he's doing. However, is down to 5 minutes, which is not a nice thing to have. I mean, in such a position, you do prefer to be prepared. fe5, queen takes e5, and black has 3 pawns for a piece already. The b2 pawn's hanging. So if, well, the knight on g5 is hanging. So if this knight somehow moves and black captures on b2, that would look very promising for black. And I think I start to remember something like this. But if I've seen this position, so knight g5 to e4. So the question is if black is supposed to take on b2 or do something else. I guess you can start by taking on d5 here. Rook d5, then obviously not queen d5, it loses to knight f6, right? But take on b2 here, so this way you make sure the queens are getting exchanged. Queen b2, bishop b2, the rook's hanging. After rook b1, perhaps c3. That's a very tricky position, I have to say. It's like c2 is an actual threat. If you go to c5, ba4 is the move. Knight to f6. Well, you can do this as well. It's actually quite... yeah, it's good for white. Knight c3 is good enough. Because the rook is hanging as well. Yeah, this does seem to be good for white. So black needs to look for something else. Can try to capture on b2 immediately. But does it change anything? Not sure. Yeah, that's clearly the sharpest game here. It's clearly the sharpest game. And the very next move will be very, very important. So one more time, bishop takes d5, rook takes d5, capture on b2, white trades, goes rook b1. You know what, maybe it makes sense to include c7, c6, but then, because there is no rook c5 here, you'll have to play rook d6, right? But still, c6 pawn is hanging, the bishop's hanging. c3, you still have rook takes c6, right? Well, and then maybe rook c8. And maybe rook c8. Trade over here. And it is problematic to stop c2. That's quite interesting. And it does look like the line that Tomaszewski has analyzed. Now that's a wrong game. Queen b2, yeah, so bishop d5, rook b5, rook d5, queen takes b2 played. b2 played, and you for thinking, I don't think he has anything but to trade on b2. We are switching to Evgeny Nair and Alexei Sarana, move 21, so a lot of stuff has happened. After bishop e7, Nair went for bishop d2, queen c7, and still insists on sacrificing the d5 pawn. So a5, b5, a4, b4, queen goes, a5, c3, trade on c3, queen to b7, bishop b5, queen e2, knight to e4, and black finally accepts the pawn on d5. Black's position looks really, really dangerous, to be honest. How on earth black is supposed to castle here in this position? That's a very dangerous spin. Bishop a5 allows white to restore the balance, but maybe he's in no rush to do so. Maybe a move like rook to c1 makes sense. f4 certainly makes sense. f4 is actually a very dangerous move to face for black. Trying to open up more files, right? Ah, wait, hang on a second. It's not as easy as I've originally thought, especially after f4, because then castle short is actually possible. Bishop d7 runs into queen a7 check. Yeah, that's the refutation. So f4 is not that great of an idea. But what happens in case of bishop a5, for instance? Then perhaps once again queen a7, hitting the bishop, guarding the knight, and then castling short. Still, does look very promising for white, pardon me, but can't really think of any other assessment. White has to be in a very good shape here. White has to be. Bishop a5 is on the board. Bishop a5. We'll see where it goes. Knight to f4 played pretty quickly. There should be something. There should be something for white. More moves played in Shirov's game against Yesipenko, while the position has simplified even further. After knight a3, the move that I said was really problematic to achieve was actually played. So c5, yeah, of course, the knight on e5 is hanging now. dc5 is not possible. Knight b5 is no longer such a pleasant move. So c5 just on time. Knight back to f3, b7, b6, knight c4, c takes. Knight takes, bishop to c5, and after knight f3, Yesipenko has played queen to b7. Pinning the knight, and guess what? Threatening g7, g5. If you play a move like rook d1, for instance, g5 might be very unpleasant. g5 threatening g4. So white needs to care about this pin right here, right now. I wonder if he has the tools. Wonder if he has the tools to do so. Well, knight e5 hitting the bishop might be a decent idea here. So because of the b pawn pinned, the bishop on c5 hanging, the knight is now protected on f3, but still, if black does something reasonable, if black goes rook to c8 and defends the bishop one more time, the pin is actually quite unpleasant, quite annoying to this thing. So if you go king g1, still, how do you untie those knights? It's like knights are bound to defend each other, so once again, something not very pleasant. So I don't necessarily think that Shirov's position is all that great. 3 minutes left, by the way. Knight c to e5 played nevertheless. 3 minutes left for Alexei Shirov. As I said, youngsters are doing much better in rapid because they are faster in thinking over their moves. The reason is very simple. I remember funny advice given by one of the we used to play, it was like late 90s, beginning of 2000s, we used to play the so-called Yugoslavian League, or later on Serbian League, and you would have like 5 team captains, or well, the captain, the friend of captain, the main sponsor, the second main sponsor, and everyone would express his opinion on team meeting, what the team has actually to do. And there'd be one wise old guy who would always say, like, guys, for tomorrow I have a recipe to succeed. Play good moves and do it fast. So that's basically what the youngsters are doing during the rapid. Seems, yeah, playing reasonable moves and doing it fast is the key to success in rapid chess. In every chess, pretty much. Every format. So shall we switch to something else. Nair and Sarana, few more moves forward. Knight to f4, queen goes to d2, queen goes to b7. So black, well, hints at him having threats of his own. How about queen takes d6 here? Is that a move? Is there any refutation to queen d6? Point being obvious, yeah, if bishop takes, then knight d6, white is winning. The knight is pinned, right? Queen e4 runs into queen d7. So it is possible to take on d6, that I'm sure. Queen take d6 is a possible move. If black castles short, white can capture one of the minor pieces. Well, looks very nice for white nevertheless. Queen to e7, queen e4, the checkmate is threatening, but white similarly has queen g5, that's what I thought. Still not easy to understand what's going on. f5, queen goes to g3, now the knight on d7 is no longer hanging because knight e2. You know, the intuition tells me it has to be good for white this way or another, so I do think queen d6 is possible to play. What do I blunder here? Do I blunder anything? Oh yeah, apparently I do. Not sure. Yeah, can't think of any other move but castle short for white, for black. We'll see. I do understand there might be some other ideas. Might be some other ideas for white. Feeling is like white's position is rich with opportunities, so perhaps it's not the only move, but nice looking, spectacular move. Queen takes d6. I believe that's what you would love to play. Rook f to e1 also deserves consideration. So white has a hidden threat of capturing on f4. I mean, I don't know what black is supposed to do to blunder this, like make absolutely irrelevant move, but then white's gonna take on d6 nevertheless. Okay, say f5 for instance, and white has this. Queen takes on f4. After ef4, knight d6. The rook is really useful on e1. The bishop's pinned. Knight takes b7. White is winning. So rook e1, but same, black has no options but to castle, and who knows what that. g3 perhaps, trying to chase the knight away. If knight returns to e6 or g6, then after knight d6, white is just, well, winning. I wanted to say much better, but it's even more than that. Okay, queen takes d6 is on the board. Queen takes d6 is on the board. The position is really, really critical. I believe black has to castle, and then it's a question: what's the best way to provide those threats to the white's king? Queen e4. There is also f3. There is also f3, where black is supposed to give a check, I reckon. King goes to h1. Now the knight on c. The knight on d7 is hanging. So a move like knight f6 is needed, and then white has rook e1 and queen takes e5. Yeah, I believe white is much better, so Evgeny Nair has good chances to upset Alexei Sarana. We are shown Boris Gelfand again, Lomasov against Gelfand. Let's see how this unfolds. We've left this game a long time ago. After d4, Boris was thinking for quite some time, ended up capturing on d4 and going for d6. Not d5, but d6, knight c3 and early c5. D takes, bishop to e3, queen to c7, e5, rook d8, queen a4, knight g4. The knight is pushed away to h6. Then white, to my surprise, trades on h6, goes queen h4, was perhaps hoping for some tricks here. But bishop is put back to f8. After e6, yeah, that was the trick white was relying on. After bishop e6, knight g5, threatening a checkmate on h7, and the bishop on e6. I mean, after h6, it's just like a terrible, terrible position for black. he's a pawn up, but all of his pawns are weak. The structure is completely ruined. But f6 happens to be a typical reply. In this case, bishop on f8 is not impressive just yet, I agree, but the e6 pawn is rather a weakness, right? So knight a4, queen b4, queen's traded, knight to c5, bishop h6, rook goes to d1, rook e8. So the bishop on c8 is paralyzed. Rook e4, rook to b8, a3, b8, 3, and rook to b6. So rook b6 wants to play rook c6. Despite white having a very active position, it seems, I don't really think white is the side who is playing for a win. So black makes sure he will be able to extract the bishop. I mean, if not by chasing the knight away, but then at least by playing bishop b7, letting white, giving white the opportunity to trade for this bishop. But still, black should have no problem whatsoever. Let's see what happens in Yufa's game against Tomaszewski. Once again, a very, very sharp endgame. That's what we've seen. Queen b2 was actually met by rook c1. Interesting. Rook to d8. Yeah, I was capturing on b2 automatically, but perhaps, yeah, rook c1 is the better move. A d8, trade on d8, trade on b5, trade on b2, rook c2, and rook d1 check. Black has 4 pawns for the piece. Bishop d4, I believe king e2 is needed. Black has 4 pawns for the piece. So if black manages to, you know, to control the game and start moving his passed pawns, he'll simply win. So white needs to do something right here, right now, and I'm not sure if he has the possibility to do so. Rook to a1. Now in case of rook d2, you're actually running into c3 as well. Rook takes c2 and the pawn is unstoppable. But if not for that, there is also c5. So knight d2 was played. Knight d2, at least trying to, you know, somehow to interfere with those pawns. So black cannot move the pawns in the most convenient fashion. But c3, yeah, c3 knight b3. That's the idea. Still feels like very good chance for black. White certainly has no business playing for a win in this game. I wonder if c5 is the move you're actually playing here. After knight d2. No, feels like black can actually be pretty slow. So can consider going to g7. Well, perhaps bishop c6 is some sort of a threat. So let's say c7, c5. If bishop c6 happens, you can play. And now you can't go rook b1 for some reason. I thought rook b1 was possible. Yeah, then bishop c6 is actually quite annoying. And then black has to care about this. Maybe even dropping the rook back to a6 so that he controls the c6 square, then later on possibly when given a check from e6. So it's not as clear as I've originally thought. Not as clear as I've originally thought, but still it's black who is fighting for an advantage. What do we have on a camera view? That's Lomasov against Gelfand once again. Let's see what happened in Shirov Yesipenko. Shirov has lost a pawn, right? After knight e5, knight e4 was played, rook to d1, bishop d6, queen b5, and white captures on e5, goes knight d2, and turns out there is nothing better but to play e4. Yeah, because queen f4 runs into g5, and queen has no good square protecting the f3 knight, and yeah, queen f6, g4, queen g4, perhaps f5 followed by g4, something like that. So e4, knight takes e4, king to g1, knight to c5, queen e2. Simply a pawn up for Andrei Yosipenko, rook d1, and Shirov has to capture with the queen, otherwise he would drop the other pawn on a4. So queen takes d1, now black can try to seize the d file, can put the rook on the c file. All in all, it has to be a winning position for black. Let me update: queen e4, rook a3. Alright, queen e4, centralizing the queen. The rook needs to join the action, that's important. But yeah, as I said, youngsters are doing great, it seems. I mean, at least in this particular game. So Yosipenko, he crushed the classical part, and he still continues to pressure his opponents in rapid. Knights are now on our screen. Let's see what has happened here. What did we see? Queen to e7. Yeah, queen e4, queen g5 indeed, f6. Queen goes to g3. After knight c5, rook fe1. Finally, kicking this queen off from the center. Rook a d1, centralizing. Black has to be in trouble here, right? Knight to e4, queen e3, knight g5, h4. The knights are kicked away. After g3, I don't think black has, black has any chance there. Knight to g6. Is white like winning by force in some way? Because there are many ways to a huge advantage. One of them being, a very straightforward queen trade with queen e4. But I believe, of course, you're supposed to look for something more than that. Bishop d7, and then if the rook goes to some wrong square, there will be queen e4 winning a piece. Like say rook b8, you wanted to attack the b2 pawn, queen e4 perhaps wins on the spot because of the queen e4, there is bishop e6 check. Rook b8 though, of course, it's a silly move. So black is really in trouble after g2, g3. We'll see how it goes. Queen to g4, yes, so he's trying to, to trick his opponent in some way. Trying to trick his opponent in some way. Bishop f1, yeah, bishop will guard the king. And as soon as white manages to swap a pair of pieces, right, but preferably to chase away the knight and swap all the rooks, white will be completely winning. Back to Shirov Yosipenko, perhaps. Nothing to discuss, to be honest. It's just an extra pawn. Right after rook a3, queen b4 was played. Queen c2, rook goes to d8, rook goes to d5, queen g4. Really tough. Queen c5, queen f5. That makes white's task a bit easier, I have to say. Which is a weird thing to say, right? It's an endgame pawn down, but compared to the position few moves before, when it was pawn down plus all the pieces, all black's pieces were more active. So now at least there is some chances. Well, like b4, for instance. I mean, I don't know if it works. Yeah, perhaps it doesn't, because knight a4, ba5, rook a5. It's just 2 pawns down, right? Knight d4 doesn't really change the situation all that much. There is rook d5. White starts with knight d4 in our game. Yeah, makes much more sense. Rook back to d5. Yeah, let's switch to something a bit more entertaining. Here it's clear Yosipenko is in driver's seat, has an extra pawn. Let's see if he will or will not convert, but we'll see it later. Daniil Yufa against Evgeny Tomaszewski. So still this position with black having 4 pawns for the piece. Indeed, black went for rook a6, controlling the c6 square. After knight f3, he went for c5. King went to f8. That's the current position. So let's stick with the current position. Rook f6 check. Both players are very low on time. Yufa on his last seconds. Tomaszewski, well, a couple of minutes still for Evgeny. Yeah, perhaps I didn't mention. I mean, that's a really tough task. First day of the rapid, when not only the time control gets shorter, but also the increment changes from half a minute to 10 seconds. So it's no longer as it used to be. And when you run down to your last seconds, it's like you have to change the pace of the game. You have to act much faster. So with increment of 30 seconds, you still have some time to consider your moves. Here, you practically have to rush. By the way, Yosipenko has already won against Shirov. Well, perhaps some blunder involved. Knight d4, rook d5, b4 was played. A b4, rook b4, knight d3. Rook c4 is the only move, and after rook c5, black makes sure the rooks are traded, then captures with the knight and wins the other pawn. So 2 pawns up in the knight's endgame. Shirov resigns. Okay, so the princes are leading for the first time in this match. The princes are leading. Let's see if they'll keep the lead after the end of round 1. Okay, so that's Tomaszewski's game. Yeah, for the kings, there is a hope still. Nair has a better position, and I don't know what happens in Gelfand's game. I mean, it can be anything. Right, what's going on here? So Tomaszewski is still desperately looking for the way to set those pawns in motion, right? It's like the moment you put the pawn on c3 and then the pawn on b4, you kind of give white a chance to go for an actual blockade. So you push the pawn forward, but at the same time, it might be that white is getting a better chance to block those. Bishop d4 check, bishop d4 to e5 check was played first. King went here, c3, knight f3, and bishop back to d4. So now white actually gets a chance to capture the bishop, but does it help white? The king is cut from the pawns, right? And rook and bishop might find it hard stopping those 3 pawns. And guess what? Black has the idea of sacrificing an exchange in some case, because bishop is really good in stopping those pawns. But, you know, rook might find it hard stopping all 3. Draw in Lomasov Gelfand. Let's see. That's the final position. Fair square draw. So 2 games left. U5 still struggling. Didn't take the bishop on d4. Went for rook a2 instead, trying to activate his pieces. Bishop b3. So what do we do now? Do we go c4? I believe that's the moment where black actually goes c4 and then b4. It's got to be that, yeah. c4 played, bishop goes to d1. The question if black wants to keep the bishop. Oh, they play so fast. Yeah, well, another pawn was taken. Well, rook g4 with a check. Yes, of course. So it's 5 pawns, and he can put the rook on f4 back, pinning the knight, so the bishop cannot be taken. The king can go to c5, supporting the pawns. I believe it's all over. I mean, before that, it felt that black is supposed to be better, but it was clearly a fight. And now after rook f4, and then, yeah, then a very good sign for black that he's in no rush. He can play it very slow. King e2, that's the move that was played in the game, and then black can actually put the bishop on f6. Now, there is no point, says Evgeny Tomaszewski, I'll just run through and promote my pawns. b4. No way out for white, it seems. No way out for white. So that will be an equalizer then, and it will all be on Evgeny Nair against Alexei Sarana. Nair is up a piece, so I don't really see any reason for him not to win. Well, he's down to his last 15 seconds, but the position is completely winning. I'm not sure where to stay. Yeah, let's wait for Tomaszewski to convert his advantage against Ufa. So a couple of checks and rook d5. Yeah. Remember I said I think the bishop belongs to f6. Okay, rook e4, king goes to f1. Now bishop f6 would be a blunder, in fact. Evgeny Tomaszewski made it a bit awkward for himself. I mean, it still has to be winning, of course, don't get me wrong, but it's like bishop f6 would have been an ideal square so that you limit the f3 knight once again. So that's why I say over here, bishop f6, well, king e3 would have been annoying. Yeah. Probably should have started with bishop f6 early on. Check, king to f1, and bishop to c5. This allows knight e5. b3 is played. Yeah, but how do you stop the pawns? You don't stop the pawns. Yeah, that's it. That's it. C2 is a monstrous threat. Knight d7 doesn't really help. King to c6. Everything's hanging. You don't win the piece this way. Yeah. Yeah, those pawns are deciding the game. Those pawns are simply deciding the game. Rook to c5, king to d7, but there is no defense against c3, c2. Yeah, meanwhile, Evgeny Nair has converted his advantage against Alexei Sorona, so final position, he's 2 bishops up. So that's a real advantage of a pair of bishops. When you have 2 extra bishops, that's much better, you know. And Tomaszewski, as in classical round 1, Tomaszewski's game is the last to finish, but this time not such a long one. So Evgeny Tomaszewski wins his game against Daniil Yufa. So I called it, I said the princess will have very good chance in the rapid, and Yesipenko proved he's a very, very dangerous player. Once again, was aiming to have the highest individual score, but Tomaszewski proved him wrong and won himself as well to equal the score, and then thanks to Evgeny Nair's victory over Alexei Sorona, the kings are once again taking the lead. So that's a 1-point lead after first rapid. I believe there'll be about 10 minutes break before we'll start round 2. Do we have the cross table? Yeah, brilliant. So Tomaszewski wins, Alexei Shirov loses to Yesipenko, Evgeny Nair, for his first victory in this tournament, by the way, beats Alexei Sorona. Gelfand still with no wins. And Yesipenko undefeated. Very, very impressive. +3 out of 5 games. That's really, really amazing score. Amazing score for a young gentleman. All right, so we'll go for a short break quickly, and we'll be back in 10 minutes right before the start of the second rapid game of the day.
Ну, можно. Не можно. Это не дело. Перед классикой, повторяю. Надо справедливо стирать, конечно, просто ничья везде высыпает. Ну, кроме вот этого. Да, кроме вот этого.
А еще можно назад просто
Там второй разницы, второй круг, да. Там так положение написано. У нас положение никто не читает. Понял, кроме зря. Документ точно надо читать. Она же я слышал. Нет, там положение написано. Да, как бы я иной, да. Термин надо просто регулярно подумать.
здесь еще надо. Потому что как бы другие.
Договорились по первому туру, как бы на каждом. Только во-первых, это не означает, что машина права.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's continue with the rapid day of Nutcracker tournament, the Battle of Generations. Round 2 is about to start. Kings are leading after the first mini-match. 2 victories of Evgeny Nair and Evgeny Tomashevsky. 1 lost by Alexei Shirov, so 2.5, 1.5 in favor of the older team. And now the game I'll try to focus the most will be the game between Andrei Yesipenko and Evgeny Nair. Yesipenko showing fantastic performance. He's on +3 out of 5 games, so +2 in classics and first game won in the rapid chess. Okay, and as you've guys paid attention already, I believe, very, very fast opening in most of the games. No times to waste. It's only 15 minutes plus 10 seconds here. Yesipenko against Nair. Nair has his opening lines pretty much in every single against every single opponent's choice. So d6 and f5, not the most common line on earth, but well playable it seems. Bishop to e7, and what a move played by Yesipenko. Bishop to h3, played very fast, almost like if he would prepare the entire thing. An early opening surprise it seems for Evgeny Nair, who starts the thing as early as move 5. That's certainly not the situation you want to be in. Certainly not the situation you want to be in, you know. So, in case of knight f6, if I got the idea right, it would be trade here, trade on d8, bishop takes, e4, and then there is a pin on this diagonal. There is a pin on this diagonal. So f5 pawn is actually under pressure. So you'll have to play some sort of g6, then white develops the knight on f3, wants to develop the bishop, castle short, well, castle long, very likely, yeah, castle long quickly. The king is getting stuck in the center, the f5 pawn is really vulnerable. Knight h4 being an idea as well. So very, very interesting opening choice, bishop h3, and in case of e4, I believe white will make sure to undermine this e4 pawn as soon as possible by going f2, f3. Once again, bishop on h3 does something. So really interesting opening choice. We'll wait for reaction from Evgeny Nair. Let's switch to something else. Daniil Yufa once again has the white pieces. It's one more Catalan played by Daniil Yufa. He has lost his game 1 against Tomaszewski, but perhaps not because of the opening line. Right, so the Catalan after a6, this time not a4 but queen takes c4, b5, queen goes back to c2, bishop b7, bishop d2. The line that was very, very popular thanks to efforts of one of our participants, Boris Gelfand. There was like beginning of 2000s, everyone in the elite would play this line. Rook to a7, yeah, that's a tricky move. Preparing to defend the c7 pawn. So basically, the idea of bishop d2 move is that very often this bishop would be put on a5. The most harmonious way to develop for black would be knight to d7 and then try to push c7, c5. But it turns out, in this case, white is going for bishop a5, attacks the pawn and pins it. After rook c8, b4, that means you're never ever getting c7, c5 played. Quite interesting. Alright, so let me go back. Bishop d2, rook to a7, rook c1. Shirov is thinking at the very early stage. The same was the situation in the previous game, and Shirov ended up losing in a time trouble. So I don't really think it's a good sign. To rook c1, there should be some theory out there. So it's really, really surprising to see Alexei Shurov thinking. Some sort of bishop e4 perhaps, and then white goes queen d1. So that explains why white actually went for rook to c1. Can you take the pawn? That's the question. Bishop takes f3 and then capture on d4. Is that an option? It wasn't an option with queen on c2, right? Because bishop e3 would win the rook on a7. But with queen on d1, it seems possible. Trade here, and then the only but seemingly sufficient move, c7, c5. Once again, somewhat similar to their classical game where Yufa had the white pieces. You know, some compensation for white and an extra pawn for black. This time, though, it does look like a real compensation to be a4, and then in case of b4, you go knight d2, put the knight on c4. That seems to be a very, very distant compensation. Bishop e4 was played, but white goes to b3, not really sacrificing anything. Yep, queen b3 also works. Now bishop f3, and queen d4 runs into bishop e3, of course. So that's not an option. Black needs to develop his stuff somehow. Right, let's move on. Let's see the top scorer from the King's team, Evgeny Tomaszewski, who's on the same impressive +3 as Andrei Yesipenko. Let's see how he's doing. Semyon Lomasov one more time going for the Bogo Indian defense. A check on b4, bishop d2, and the same setup with queen to e7. g3, bishop d2, queen takes. Knight to c6, b2, b3, guarding the pawn on c4, just in case, because there would be some knight e4s connected with queen b4 check, b7, b6, bishop to b7, knight c3. Once again, the knight on c6 is awkwardly placed. Black goes for d5. Really, really strange setup, to be honest. After, say, c takes, e takes, you have the queen's Indian setup with this knight being on c6, which is a weird thing to have. White is not, it's not forced to capture on d5 just yet, but if he castles short, for instance, then something like that might be possible, and then knight on a5 all of a sudden is not that terribly placed. c4 pawn might be somewhat weak. Then later on, Black would be looking for c7, c5 move. The c4 pawn's hanging. In case of knight e5, Black is just on time, it seems, to trade the bishops and go knight d7, once again hitting the e5 knight, putting pressure on c4 pawn. We'll see. Okay, so clearly Tomaszewski has to decide right now. Knight e5 is the possibility, of course. Then you give Black a chance. Well, knight e5 is played. Knight e5 is played. You give Black the opportunity to trade on e5, and I was really wondering what kind of position is that. Knight to e4. Then White actually has to decide. I'm not sure. I mean, it's like obvious. The obvious capture would be with the knight, but it might be one of those positions where you have to be quote-unquote clever and capture with the bishop, then put the queen on e3. And who knows what that, I mean, if White wins the pawn on e4, he's better, there's no question about that. But let's say f5, pawn takes. Now knight e4 runs into f5, right, and White loses some material on this pin. And then after gf6, Black is ready to play f6, f5 in the very next move. So yes, that was the reaction of Semyon Lomasov. He captures on e5, he goes to e4, but Tomaszewski captures with the knight. So knight takes, d takes, and castles short. The question is, who's going to get to the to opponent's weak pawn first? Because Black has moves like queen c5, White has moves like queen f4, right? So it's Black to move. An immediate queen c5 runs into queen f4. this protected, this is hanging. And then you probably don't want to play a position like that. You might hold it, right? It's doubled pawn, but it's still an extra pawn for white. So you might hold it with black because you kind of have the file. You don't have the file. Black just plays rook a d1. For some reason I thought e3, but then black actually puts the rook on d2, doubles on d file, might have decent chances. But after rook a d1, it's just a pawn up. So certainly something to avoid. Castles and Lomasov is thinking. Okay, let's see. Here it seems both players are out of the book early. And yeah, and once again we are switched to the central court of round 2. Andrei Yosipenko having the white pieces against Evgeny Naya. Very impressive, young lad on 15 minutes still. After bishop h3, Evgeny Naya replied with bishop f6, and after de5, yeah, now d5 would have been even worse because white trades the queens, goes e4, and black just lost the tempo. Bishop takes e5. Queen to c2, knight e7, knight f3, knight c6, allowing white, would he want so, to capture the bishop on e5. Castles, castles, rook to d1 and f4. It's a very, very aggressive play by Evgeny Naya. Might be one of those positions where white is supposed to admit a tempo loss and go to g2, but then once again bishop f5 comes with a tempo. So somehow black is getting very, very fast development. I'm not sure what white's supposed to do, because trading on c8 after queen c8, black eyeballs the h3 square for his queen. I mean, if he gets the queen on h3, it might be dangerous for white. I mean, there might be some attacking prospects for black. And I'm guessing intermediate knight e5 doesn't really. Oh, well, that's a serious question. Knight e5. Point being, if you just recapture with the knight, you can't take with the pawn. The queen is hanging, right? If you just recapture with the knight, then white takes on c8 and takes on f4. And perhaps is in a very good shape, because I don't really believe in this exchange sacrifice after a check. There is king h1 and queen e4, very next move, like say in case queen takes f4. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Knight e5 played, however. Yeah, an immediate knight e5 played, and yeah, I spent some time explaining why knight e5 is not desirable. So I suspect black has to try bishop takes h3, after which knight takes c6. Black recaptures with something, with the knight, presumably. And then white's going to take on f4. And yeah, and it's not clear. I mean, if you don't take on f4 right now, you might not get a second chance. So white will be just a pawn up, right? If you go for this exchange sacrifice and go queen h4, trying to checkmate in a couple of moves, oh well, white perhaps has enough defensive resources. Queen d3 being a very strong move, so that check is answered with queen g3, and black can't even take on f4. So this tactic doesn't seem to work, and if this tactic doesn't work, that means Evgeny Naya is in trouble as early as move 11. I'm not quite sure how black is supposed to. Yeah, well, perhaps this is still what you're doing. Bishop takes, queen takes, bishop f4, and some sort of knight g6 maybe, so that you force white to capture on e5. You take with the knight, and you still have those ideas with queen h3 supported by knight g4, right? The pawn on c4 perhaps is not hanging for real though. So it could be the case that white plays king g2. And now king g2 is actually it's bad because of some other reason. Yeah, king g2, the point was I'm stopping queen h3, so queen is not getting to h3, and in case of knight c4, I'm very happy to go knight d5. Knight hanging, knight e7 is the threat. But king g2 runs into the other tactic. So king and queen both on, you know, on light squares within the reach of this knight's fork. Knight g4, targeting this, you cannot move it because knight e3. In case of rook f1, rook takes f2, knight e3, once again, black is winning. So that's perhaps what you have to do with black. That's perhaps what you have to do with black. So you take on e5 with the knight, you capture on c8 with the queen, and after bishop f4 you go knight g6. We were briefly shown Daniel Yuffa and Alexei Shirov. Let's see how this Catalan unfolds. Queen b3 was the last moment we've seen it. Knight c6, e to e3, queen goes to a8, so I'm building this kind of a battery. White has to go back to d1, knight b8, bishop a5, rook c8, knight bd2, bishop to b7, and white captures everything on c7. Winning a pawn just like that, and I wonder if Shirov has blundered this one and perhaps was planning for some bishop f3 trick or something. Ends up playing a6, a5, because not only he's down a pawn, but the position looks terrible. Bishop c7 to b6 was an actual threat. In case of knight d7, white still would happily use the a5 square for his bishop. So a5, Yuffa decided to play it simple, to capture on b8, to go knight e5. So basically trying to get something very similar to what Shirov had himself in the previous game, but with an extra pawn that obviously doesn't hurt. If we're referring to this previous position where black had pawn on b7, pawn on c6, so it was material equal, and still I was saying that white potentially is somewhat more pleasant in this situation. Guess what? With an extra pawn, it should be much better. It should be much better. Bishop d6, by the way, how does that work? Does it work? Knight c6. If queen to b7, white has queen f3, so that the rook has to move. Not sure what the rook is moving, and in case of rook a6, yeah, rook a8, by the way, loses to a nice tactic. Knight e7, discovered attack, and if you capture on e7 with the queen, the rook is gone. So rook a8 is not possible, rook is hanging, you have to play rook a6, then a move like rook ac1 can be played. Yeah, I think white is very close to be winning in this situation. I believe simply winning, if I'm honest. Yeah, knight c6 looks practically winning for white. So really something has happened to Alexei Shirov, not finding his play, lost game 1 and in a very, very tough spot already in the game 2. Well, what we didn't check for quite some time was Tomaszewski's game against Lomasov. We had seen castle short, where black has played f5. And after ef5 captures with the queen, has his point. You know what? Castles, queen e3, okay, attacking the e4 pawn, but possibly black will have just enough resources to keep it protected. Queen goes here. In case of rook d4, yeah, the pawn's hanging, but there is c5 idea. You can play c5 immediately. You might as well go to h8 and only play c5 after bishop e4. I know, in this case, in fact, bishop b7 is a possibility. All right, we'll see. Queen f5 is played instead, not queen e5, but queen f5. And let's see what happens there. Rook d4 can be answered with e5 as well. Yep, e5. Attacking the rook. Ah, wait a second. Is there rook e4? Maybe this is what Lomasov has missed. Rook takes e4 here. So that if you capture on e4, white takes with the bishop, wins the exchange back. There is rook e8, guarding the e5 pawn, moving the rook away. So now black actually threatens to capture on e4, but white can put the rook on h4 in this case. I mean, it's a little bit awkwardly placed, of course, but still, white is up a pawn. This rook is nowhere near to get trapped, it seems, unless g5. Okay, we'll see. Well, Nair and Yesipenko, one very, very sharp position out there. What has happened after knight e... Well, I'm losing the track. Knight e5. No, that was my line. Hang on a second. What was... We've seen knight e5, right? And Nair came up with f takes g3. The piece sacrifice. So bishop to c8. He captures on f2. And king g2. Alright, so is white simply winning? So in case of knight e5, bishop h3, or bishop e6 with the check, I don't see any sort of compensation. So black apparently has to try queen c8. Yeah, and that's what he does. Now knight c6, in fact, loses to f1 queen. That's, yeah, obviously not the kind of trap Andrei Yesipenko will fall for. And queen g4 and rook f1 checkmate. So queen to c8, knight back to f3, blocking the rook's influence and then planning to capture on f2 the next move. He'll have to do so because after queen g4, king h1 once again runs into a tactic, this time rook f3 and then queen f3 checkmate. So after this check, white has no choice but to capture on f2. But then, you know what? Black actually might have decent chances. Black actually might have decent chances for initiative, like moves like knight d4 or knight f5, and then, you know, black has sacrificed the piece, but all of his forces are in the action, while white's rook on a1, bishop on c1 are not currently participating. So that's typically a very good sign that black's attack will succeed. If you can imagine black playing it slow, like rook e8, and still having the compensation, that means probably black is not doing all that bad. The worrisome fact, though, Nair is down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. So that's, of course, very, very dangerous. Knight g6 decides not to give a check on g4. Well, perhaps makes sense, because the pawn on f2 has to be taken anyway. And after king f2, I believe queen h3 might be a better move, and not queen g4. Queen h3, targeting h2. Well, nowhere to go for this king, it seems. If king e1, the other rook adds itself to the attack, rook a e8, so might be very, very scary. Yesipenko finds queen e4, covering the g4 square. So queen e4 centralizing the queen, covering the g4 square. Now it's very important for Nair to find a move. Well, very, very sharp game. Very sharp game. Yufa still a pawn up against Alexei Shirov after bishop d6. He did go for knight c6. Queen a6 was played, queen went to f3, rook a8. Interestingly enough, decided not to play rook c1 here, went for an immediate knight e5, queen c8, and knight to b3. That's a surprise, to be honest. I've originally thought that white was supposed to be avoiding this capture on e5. So bishop e5, d5, it's still a pawn up for white, but it's a doubled pawn, so black does get some chances of surviving. Knight to d7 played. I believe white has all the reasons to include rook c1 with the tempo. I don't think he's in danger of losing this e5 pawn, because there will always gonna be some backrank tricks. Queen to b8, and now, for instance, if white goes knight c5, making sure the knights are traded and making sure the pawn on e5 is protected, it's like there is no doubt whatsoever white is much, much better, but is he winning? I'm not sure. Well, perhaps he is winning objectively, but once again, it's not the type of advantage you automatically convert. And some rook endgame you might not win with 5 versus 4 on the king side with your pawns being doubled. So I would prefer to avoid, if possible, this well, giving black a chance to trade on e5. But still, yeah, the position is still much, much better for white. Queen b8, so psychological pressure on white. Does he want to simplify the position? Well, in one way, after knight c5, it becomes very, very clear. The situation clarifies. White simply has pressure, black has no counterplay whatsoever. So, in a way, it's a desirable move. But at the same time, you know, it means you exchange the minor pieces and not clear. It might be something you don't want to do. Queen e4, well, technically Queen e4 guards the pawn, right? So you don't have to play knight c5 right now. Queen e4 is good enough because knight e5, guess what? Queen e5 and then back rank checkmate. Queen e4 played. Queen e4 played. Nicely done by Daniel Ufa. So the knight now goes to d4. The f pawn will guard. It's calling on e5. And yeah, and let's see something else. Let's see Gelfand and Saranati. Well, the game we didn't look at all, it seems. Oh yeah, I've simply forgotten this game exists. Very similar to what we had in round 2. Symmetrical Grunfeld. And Saranati, instead of going for knight f6, he went for dc4, accepting the gambit. Castles, knight e4, knight to d6. Trying to take the pawn and never give it back. Well, a lot of stuff has happened. e5 here. What on earth is going on? Knight to e6, cd6, takes on b7. Looks very promising for Gelfand. He's an exchange up. Rook to b1, rook to c8. Well, there is little doubt here. White supposed to be completely winning here. I mean, in many ways, one of them being just trade the queens, go rook c1, trade the rooks, win the endgame. To my surprise, Alexei Sarna can't find his play, so far at least, and really, really suffers against, well, already second consecutive game. He's known to be a very good rapid and blitz player, and yeah, today, same as Alexei Shirov, right? And Shirov suffers, and Alexei Sarna suffers as well. Okay, more development in, no doubt, the most interesting game of the round, Yesipenko against Nair. So, after queen e4, knight c to e5, bringing more woods into the fire. Bishop e3, knight goes to g4, knight goes to f4 with the check, so no choice but to play king f1. And now knight f2, king f2, and queen h3 I expect to be played. Now queen g4. Queen g4 having this little check. Queen g4. Well, the issue with queen g4 is that white has rook g1 with the tempo. It does look like a blunder. It might be a blunder, but I'm not sure. Knight h3 and king e1. That's very important. If you, well, mess up, if you go to f1, you are checkmated in one move. Queen g1 and the knight on f3 is pinned. But after this, your queen on g4 is hanging, so you have no time to capture the rook on g1 unless you trade and then take the knight and then take the rook. Oh well. For some reason I thought, oh well, and it doesn't work, yeah, and it doesn't work. King f2 and king h3 and the knight is trapped. So that's one long line which is possible to miss. Black might still have some chances here, like with rook f8, capturing the second pawn and so on, but, you know, it's an endgame with an extra piece for white. So rook g1 is a possible move, it seems. Other than that, it's hard to find an alternative for white, because knight d5 loses, it seems, to knight h3. You have to go king e3 and then rook e8 happens. That's still tricky. And maybe it doesn't lose. Yeah, rook e8, you have knight e7 check. Oh well. could it be that knight d5 is actually... No, wait. There is also this check and then some rook e8. I do want to play rook g1, honestly. I mean, if it works. I do want to play rook g1. And it's played. Yeah, that rook g1, a check, and he goes to e3. This one's even better. Yeah, this one's even better. So, trade on e4, Naya captures on g1, rook g1. So the situation has changed. Black has sufficient material now, so he has the rook and the pawn against two knights. However, with enough pieces on the board, and especially with an extra pair of rooks added to the board, I believe this side with two minor pieces has to be stronger. Rook to e8, king d3, and imagine being in Evgeny Naya's shoes. He's down to 1.5 minutes, and those knights, they are known to be exceptionally tricky. So a lot of various checks, a lot of various forks. King h8, and that's kind of a sad move to make. Yeah, I do understand you don't want to care all the time about this knight f6 checks, but imagine it's an endgame. White king is proudly placed on d3, and you have to move your king in a corner. So king h8, b4, lifting the rook to f5. Well, d5, however, is kind of a threat. So, well, the problem for white, he needs to start attacking those pawns. He needs to provoke more weaknesses. Otherwise, well, it will be hard to win. So, well, not without a chance for Evgeny Naya. Let's see what happens in the other games. Ufa has absolutely dominant position against Sherov. Rook c8 being a threat. I don't know. It does look decided to me. It's like you have to play rook a8 to prevent rook c8, but then, yeah, white has all the time in the world, it seems. Might actually go knight d4, sacking the pawn on e3 with a check. After king f3, the knight moves, white captures on b5. It's got to be winning for Daniil Ufa. Tomaszewski's game against Lomasov has only reached move 21. Very, very slow-paced game. After queen f5, so Tomaszewski did go for the variation I was mentioning. e5, took on e4 with the rook. After rook e8 went for rook h4, bishops were traded, queen d7, rook goes back to e4. After rook f5, I believe white simply has a winning position. So I believe now what Tomaszewski is thinking about is to play f4, or to be, well, it's like an attempt to win the second pawn on e5, or to be reasonable, to play f2, f3, solidify everything, move the queen away, return the rook to life, to e3 and then d3, and win in a slower but more convenient fashion. This king is perfectly safe on g2, so say f3, if black wants to go rook h5, so be it. White always has h2, h4. And it's actually black's rook which is going to be misplaced in this case. Yeah, I believe a move like f2, f3 is asking for itself, asking to be played. Still no move from Tomaszewski. In the other games we have more and more moves. Gelfand against Sarana still in progress. Let me see what happens. Well, extra exchange for Boris Gelfand. Not that many practical chances, to be honest. Not that many practical chances for Sarana. Gelfand somewhat low on time, but 1.5 minutes should be enough to convert stuff like that. Put the rook behind, start moving the pawn, or try to move the pawn at the very least. Should be convertible. I don't think as experienced player as Boris Gelfand is will have any issues converting this one. And let's go back to Yesipenko and Nair. More moves played. Black continues expanding on the... white continues expanding on the queen side, of course. After rook f5, this knight went to c3. The knight went to b5 later on. rook f7 decided not to capture because knight a7, rook a8 and a2 pawn would have been lost. So rook f e7, threatening rook e3 check, knight goes to c3, king h7, a4. Black still struggles to organize proper counterplay. Check over here. Check over here. And we hadn't shown Ufa and Shirov, I believe. Yeah, so what's going on in this position? Is it ever... No, I mean, you just go back to d2, right? That's what he has done. Yeah, back to d2, and Naya plays rook e6. Remember I was talking about how important it is for black to trade the other pair of rooks so that his king might join the action, and if he ever happens to create a passed pawn, it will become really dangerous. Both knights needed to stop one passed pawn. So rook e6, b4, b5. White gets more and more space on the king side. No, rook f8. It was the decision of Evgeny Naya. He doesn't want to trade the rooks. He wants to shift the roles of those rooks. So this rook remains on the e file. The other rook will be, or at least he attempts to lift this rook to f4, targeting some weaknesses. Honestly, I don't see the reason for white not to play a5. In case of rook f4, there is still king d3. Yeah, well, it might not be all that simple to win this position with the best defense possible. By the way, a4, a5 was just played. Yeah, but the fact that Naya is down to half a minute makes the situation for him even worse. Well, so you keep finding moves, but the slightest mistake you make, you lose the game on the spot. Right, let me see what happens in Ufa's game against Shirov. After rook a8, Daniil Ufa decided to go king h3 first, so king in safety. Maybe, potentially, will pay some tribute to Nigel Short, you know, the famous game against Jan Timman. But mostly it's connected with king safety not being placed on this long diagonal. Knight b2, so for the first time in this game, black levels the material. Knight d4, queen to d8. So he can still capture on b5, that's what he does. Rook goes to b8. That was the only way to keep this knight alive. White has rook d6 intermediate. I don't know if he wants it, but he does have it. Rook d6 intermediate. So if the queen goes away, I mean, actually there are some knight c6s as well. No, there is no queen e7 because queen needs to protect the rook. Yeah, I kind of like rook d6. The queen c8. Okay, we'll see. Rook b8. Ufa's thinking. And more development in Yesipenko Nair. Nair has to play fast. He's down to seconds. Yesipenko plays fast because he can. Applying, therefore, some extra pressure on his opponent. a5 was met with a6. Pawns traded. Rook b1, king to d3 to guard the c4 pawn. And after rook g6, rook goes to b7. Rook f5. The a5 pawn is hanging, but there is seemingly knight d5. Is there? Knight d5. c7 pawn hanging. Knight e7 is a threat. I don't see the way for black. Yeah, it's like you can capture on c7, but then black takes a5, and this a pawn might actually be annoying. Knights are notoriously bad stopping rook pawns. Yeah, the pawn is not that far advanced right now, but can move much further. So I would actually prefer knight d5, where I don't see what white is planning to do. What black is planning to do. Yeah, white's planning to capture the pawn on c7. That's easy. So if in case c6, knight e7, Well, maybe that's the way you're supposed to do it. Just take on a5, sack this, and hope that you create some counterplay. It has to be a lost position. It has to be a lost. Well, it is a lost position. Rook to c7 and collect those pawns. But maybe that's what you're supposed to do. Now, what's interesting that Jespenko is thinking here, where I don't quite see the alternative to knight d5. Really surprised. Okay, let me see what happens in the other games. Ufa against Shirov. The position is simplified even further. Rook d6 was played after Rook b8. Black goes for queen f8 and possibly some queen h6s. White goes rook b6. So the rooks are traded. Knight c4, queen to b3, and queen to c5. And that's, guys, what I was talking about. So all of a sudden, Black manages to activate his stuff, and you know, it's only one doubled pawn for White. It's not much. It's been a situation where it was extra pawn plus full dominance on the board. Now it's actually Black who is in a way more active, right? So it's only pawn left. Will it be enough? It's easier to ask than to answer. Meanwhile, Boris Gelfand wins his first game in the tournament, and a very, very unsuccessful tournament continues for Alexei Sarana. He didn't lose a single game. He didn't win a single game. He had 4 draws in the classics, but then in rapid, so far things being disastrous for him. All right, 2 more moves played by Daniil Ufa. So he has given a check and went queen b7, threatening knight e6. King goes back to g8. So now the question is queen c6 a move you want to play? Because you're very unlikely to get to this king, right? I mean, you simply have not enough material left. So I don't really think moves like knight c6 with some threats of knight d8 will get you there. So apparently you have to go for queen c6, where Black seemingly has to trade and play a4. And the question is if White does or does not win this. Yeah, queen c6 played. Queen c6 played. So it might be quite a long night's ending. White would have been, would enjoy it much better if the king would have been closer to the e-pawn. So like if king f3 would have been a possible move, I would really, really be sure that White is winning. Being as it is, like if you go e4, then it means you postpone your, well, e4, in fact you lose the pawn back anyway. So apparently you have to go king g2 after e4. Sack the e-pawn and go closer with the king. Hope your king first arrives to a center and win through this way. Through king's activity and not your extra pawn. Yeah, king g2 or king g4, which is the same. King g2, right, sacrificing the e3 pawn, which was not possible to save anyway. Yeah, Shirov captures on e3. King goes to f3 and knight d5. And you can't go to e4 because knight c3. Or can you? Well, that's a very interesting question. So, king e4, check on c3, king d3, Black captures on a2, you seemingly trap this knight. You go king c2, but then a3, and you can't really break this setup. You needed king b2 to properly trap the knight, right? You need king b2 to properly trap the knight. Yeah, and knight d4 means White really slows down, and I don't think White will be able to win this one. Okay, so let's switch to something else. Let's switch to Tomaszewski and Lomasov. A lot of stuff has happened. White still has an extra pawn, and I want to say very good chance to convert, but the position is somewhat unbalanced, let's call it this way. В After king c3, yeah, has to trade on d5, cd5, but this allows white king to sneak in, and the d pawn should decide the fight. So king to c4, king to b5, and yes, Yasipenko continues to win game after game after game. So brilliant, absolutely brilliant performance. +2 in classics and 2 out of 2 at the start of this rapid day. 2 wins with white pieces for Andrei Yasipenko. Really impressive. Kings, however, might still win the mini-match. Gelfand has won. Shirov has decent chances of escaping a very, very tough position against Daniil Yufa, and Tomaszewski is up a pawn against Semyon Lomasov. Okay, so what happens here? Shirov managed to bring the king to c6. Well, his f7 pawn is targeted. He can play f5, it seems. Can play f5, it seems. It could be that. I want to say at some point that white has to be careful, because some moves like knight b4, you already lose your a pawn, and there is nothing more dangerous than the side, far advanced passed pawn, as black's a4 pawn is going to be. Well, we are shown Evgeny Tomaszewski's game, so let's look at the conversion of Evgeny Tomaszewski. A check, king goes to d7, you can play e5, it seems. This king is not getting checkmated, right? Well, at least Tomaszewski says, I don't see how my king is getting checkmated. b4, king c4 only helps white. So king d7, e5. How do you stop those pawns? I mean, you can do this. Oh, wait a second. You can do this. And how is white winning here? Could it be that white actually has to go after one of those pawns? Like rook to b6 or rook to c6? Because otherwise it's really awkward to keep the... I mean, you can protect the e pawn, but then how do you make progress from there? And if you give a check and go e6, I'm not sure where the king belongs. I know, it's actually what Tomaszewski does. Apparently he worked it out till the end. King goes to d8, then you can go e6. After rook e5, you can give this check and escape with the king. Even though those pawns and rook got stuck, and black might start pushing pawns of his own. Yeah, the game is not decided just yet. We are switched to Yufa and Shirov. Very sharp game, both being on seconds. And Shirov was the player having less time. Now it's actually Yufa who has more trouble controlling the time. I think 30 seconds left, and well, it's almost equal now. I'm looking at the camera view. It's like 10 seconds difference, which is absolutely nothing. Okay, this might be the game which will, postponed in the start of the next round. We are reaching move 60 and nothing is clear just yet. Knight f1, knight to g5. Now those pawns will start to be gone one after the other. White, however, controls the a4 pawn, so he will take it sooner or later. Now, in case of knight h2, I suspect white captures on h7 simply. After knight f1 goes to f8. After king d5 can take on g6, and after knight g3 take on a4. So white for a second time in this game will be a pawn up. For a second time in this game will be a pawn up. That's the current position here. White can go knight f8. That's what he does. Let's see. Decent chance. Yeah. Decent chance for Yufa. It might be... Actually, might be that there will be no draws at all in this round. Let me see. Knight f1. Yeah, you... wait. Was it more precise to capture this one? I'm asking myself. Point being, if you go to c4, trying to shoulder the king, then white captures on e6. If you capture this guy on g3, then white might go king b5. first, and g6 pawn is not running away. It might have been better, but once again, on seconds, it's very, very hard to identify what's important. King a4, so we've reached pretty much the position we were talking about. Knight goes to e2. Well, white has to go king b5 or king b4. Make the way for this a pawn. King b5 or king b4? I wonder if this sacrifice ever saves black. Well, could it be that black is on time with this? Takes on f4, a5, king moves, a6. No, black is not on time. This way, black is not on time. Tomaszewski actually makes a draw against him, Lomasov. No, it must be a mistake in the result, right? It must be a mistake in the result. Yeah, Tomaszewski wins against Lomasov, obviously. So last few moves. Well, what did we see? This, rook d7 check, king e8, and the king somehow sneaks in. Yeah. All right. So once again, kings are leading, and here you find if he wins, has a chance to level the score in this mini match. Kings still will be leading after this one. All right, king b4 and knight a2, a sneaky check from a2. Then if he goes to a5, so now after knight's move, he can play a4. Move the pawn further. Yep, a4 played. Not clear what Shirov has to do, because if you move the king, white has knight e8, king c6. Yeah, white has knight e8. Yep, the e pawn attacked. After king d5, you take away the square from your own knight, so white can actually go to b4. And there is no d5 check, and capture on f4. King d5 played. Yeah, king b4, I assume. Where the knight is going. Because now, after knight e2, knight g6, the pawn can be moved even further, right? King b4 played, playing on those very last seconds. King b4, check from... Ah, wait, that's a wrong game. Pardon me. That's the game between Tomaszewski and Lomasov, which is already finished. Knight a2, check once again. What's that? King a3, king b3, perhaps? Yep, not running into a check. King a3. Yeah, I have a feeling that this knight a2 is not a great idea. Or rather, was not a great idea. Knight c3, and then... You can go king b3 or continue with a5, right? Maybe just go a5. Push the pawn. Yep. What for do you have the passed pawn if you're not moving it? So if the king goes, yeah, well, that's what Shirov is doing. He goes with the king. Well, actually, honestly, king c4 is extremely confusing, because now apart from a capture on e6, there is also a6. Yeah, king c4 is a really strange move. King c5 then. Now it's possible to capture on e6 with a check. King goes to b6. And no, but now it has to be winning. Yeah, you just bring the king closer to the f pawn, right? Knight d5 check, king c4 with the tempo. Yeah, knight e3 check, king d4 with the tempo, or d3. I wonder if d3 is better. Yeah, well, goes to d4, knight g2. That's a tricky move. That's actually a tricky move. That's why king d3 might have been better here. So you go there, and then after king knight d5, you have king d4 chasing the knight away, and then attacking the f5 pawn. After king g2, your king would have been one square closer. But yeah, but let's stick to the game. Might still be the case that you go king d3, right, precisely. So now, black captures, white goes to e2. White's still winning, right? White's still winning. King to b6, king g2, forcing the knight to h4, and then, yeah, and then knight f8. Oh, wow, that's a brilliant move. Knight f8, and there is nothing you can do against king g3. Knight f8 wins. But you know, with seconds running, knight to g7, so he wins the pawn, not the knight. Knight f8 would pretty much finish the game. Knight g7, well, wins another pawn, but not the game just yet. Maybe he doesn't win the pawn. Hang on a second. Knight to g6. How does that win a pawn? And then knight to e7. Oh well, you sneak in with the king. King h4, king g5. Still, knight f8 was much more precise. Knight g7. Shirov goes for king c6. All right, king g3. Knight goes to g6. Knight captures on f5. No reason not to do so. I mean, it's still... wait. And king d5 and e5 pawns hanging. King d5 and then knight d5 is a threat. So it must have costed him half a point. Well, Daniel, you for the fact that he didn't find knight f8. Am I missing something? No, wait, hang on a second. Yeah, the moment White went for knight g7, knight f8 would trap the knight. There was absolutely no chance. Now, okay, knight e3, check given. The question is, oh, well, king e6? Because f5 doesn't really win, right? f5 doesn't really win. That's a huge chance for a draw for Alexei Shirov. Because it's so easy to confuse now with White. I mean, you play one careless move and it's a draw. So what he's calculating is king e4, of course, because this might be an immediate draw. White seemingly has no other choice but to go e6. Now, this f5, that's what I was trying to calculate, and then f6, and maybe there was some miraculous way that black stops those pawns, but apparently not. Right, so ended up playing king e6. White needs to guard this one. Wait, but maybe it's just a draw. Maybe it's just a draw because king f5 always. Knight to g4, there is king f5. Yeah, and you can't do much. You can't do much. Check from e3, king goes back to e6. That's a peculiar situation because, well, two moves earlier, Shirov didn't go for e4, and now all of a sudden he stops. So king there, knight goes to c4, king back to f5, and yeah, so you can try this, king goes here, f5, take on g6, but you can't keep your pawn on g6. Miraculous escape by Alexei Shirov. Really, really, you know, really tough to believe. Yeah, chess is a cruel game indeed, Patrick, I agree. Yeah, guys, today I skipped the reminder that you can reach me in the YouTube chat of Russian Chess Federation if you have opinion to share or some suggestions about your own moves and something. Yeah, king f5 and nothing to be done here. Knight e3 check is just a draw. And Alexei Shirov wants to claim the threefold, I believe. I don't know if Ufa has the reason not to accept it, because obviously, I mean, in such a game, when you were winning for so many various, I mean, with so many various moves in so many various positions, yeah. But yeah, king e6. The thing is, you don't need to claim a threefold, because might as well claim a fourfold later on, because White really has no other way of stopping it. What happens? I believe they finally agreed a draw. I hope so. I hope there wasn't any more nonsense that someone would lose on time while the clock was stopped. Hopefully, none of that has happened. Yeah, it is a draw, and one can only imagine how disappointed Daniil Yufai is. So once again, he was up a pawn as early as move 18, and there is a little doubt this was completely winning position. Then later on, there have been shifts here and there, and the last moment White was still winning. Let me find it again. It was knight on f8 instead of knight g7, right? Really, really impressive stuff. Okay, so yet another mini match won by the Kings. Yesipenko is on fire, but so is Evgeny Tomaszewski. So those two are still trying to win the best performing, the best performing player award, if there is such. I'm not sure. Finally, Boris Gelfand scores his first win. Evgeny Nair struggles continue, lost to Andrei Yesipenko, and Alexei Sarana on 0 out of 2. Well, in a way we can say because of him the princes are losing. Okay, we'll have 2 more rounds. I believe there'll be a break still, so we were supposed to start the next round 5 p.m. Moscow time sharp, which is the time on the clock. I still believe they'll give the players a time to calm down. Obviously, there was a very, very tense game between Yufai and Shirov. So that perhaps allows me to make a short break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. We still have 2 more rapid games to go. Welcome back, guys. Apologies for starting the third round a little bit late, but I was told by the chief arbiter that the next game will never start earlier than 10 minutes after the finish of the previous round. So not my fault. I was enjoying my break and then I understood, well, the games are in progress, so let's go back on air, let's commentate what's going on. Yesipenko against Gelfand, Sarana against Tomaszewski, Alexei Shirov against Semyon Lomasov, and Evgeny Nair against Daniil Yufa. Those are the pairs, and we have a lot to catch up with because the games started already quite some time ago. Yesipenko, of course, is the hero of today, and well, Tomaszewski as well, but somehow I believe the performance of a young lad is more impressive against tougher opposition, one might argue. They repeat the same game as the same line as in the classical game. After bishop b4, queen e2 was played. So not c5 this time, but queen e2, d6, bishop d2, and castle long, which does look like a new idea. But again, very experienced Boris Gelfand is not easy to catch by surprise. He reacts very, very quickly. Knight g6, e5, f5, and knight to e7. A very, very weird structure, I have to say, because it would be typical for for some sort of Sicilians, this one, right? The pawn on f5, but then white would have castle long, king on h1, and he would launch this g4, g5 attack. Having the king on the other wing of the board, I'm not sure if it's such a great thing. g4 played, yeah, of course, you want to expand on the king side. After all, opposite castles, you know the rules. You attack where opponent's king is. Rook fc8. So after g5, the knight simply goes back to e8, and black will start having threats of his own, right? Interesting. All right, so won't be sticking with one game. We'll switch from one to the other. Sarana, Tomaszewski. It's 4 knights English opening, g3, d5, cd5, knight d5, bishop g2, and Tomaszewski goes for very, very unusual setup. I barely seen this one. So knight b6 is almost an automatic move in such positions. Tomaszewski, however, captures on c3, goes bishop c5, d3 castles. So here the game develops a bit slower, and no surprise why. Sarana was really, really surprised early on in the opening. So let's leave it for now. Well, the feeling is it has to be acceptable for black if Tomaszewski is going for it, but at the same time, I don't believe that's the right way to play. It kind of gives white everything what he wants in the in the English opening. So a dragon Sicilian with colors reversed, having an extra tempo, and also the bc3 thing, so that you have the open file for the rook, a very compact mass of pawns in the center. I believe objectively white has to be a tad better. Shirov against Lomasov, another advanced French, this time with bishop d7. Remember, I've mentioned that this was the line I was planning to play when was studying the French. Bishop e2 and knight ge7, not rook c8. Castles, knight to f5, dc5, bishop c5, bishop e2 to d3. After knight h4, knight goes to d2. Black keeps the knight. Well, it feels like too many knight moves, to be honest. Knight b3, bishop b6, and Shirov captures on g6. Interestingly, Semyon Lomasov decided to think over there. Well, he's in his own right, because f takes g6, while, say, not an obvious move, but it might actually make a lot of sense. Castle short, there will be a semi-open f-file. Later on, black might expand on the king side with h6, g5. This bishop goes to e8 and g6. So if black is allowed to build his position in a perfect way, like if he's not under pressure, if he has all the time in the world, then fg6 in fact might be more promising. So black is thinking right here. And last but not least, Nair versus Yufa. Let me see what happens here as well. Lacking defense with 95 and c6. Oh well, that I've spent best years of my life playing this line, and I don't think I can recommend it to a friend. The line is, well, quite suspicious. But I remember discussing this one with Daniil Yufa, and he actually is sort of an expert on this line. And anyway, the opening choice of Evgeny Nair is rather a solid one than the most principled one. c4, knight goes there, knight f3, queen e2, rook to d1, cd4, knight d4. So it no longer looks like a lacking defense. It's more of some French or c3, Alepian Sicilian. Sometimes you would have it from Alepian Sicilian. So, well, black needs a couple of moves to have perfectly comfortable position. It's like to play a6, queen c7, rook e8, other rook to d8, right? But does he have the time for that? That's the question. It's like you probably start with a6. It's still the move you'll want to play, and, well, to cover the b5 square, to prepare queen c7, so a6, and perhaps then something like queen c7, rook e8 or d8. Yeah, so this doesn't look particularly troublesome for black. But still, of course, the precision is needed, because in some lines you might run into, like early queen c7, you might run into knight takes e6 or knight f5, moves like that. But much quieter than, say, previous game of Evgeny Nair. Perhaps the sharpest is, oh wow, what a move by Boris Gelfand. So after g5, knight e8, king to b1 was played. a5, planning to disturb the knight. Knight a1 played by Andrei Yesipenko, so removing the knight immediately. So to relocate it to c2 in case of a4. And Gelfand comes up with d6, d5 break in the center. It's a very powerful move, it looks like. So if e-pawn captures, then black takes on f5. If c-pawn captures, I believe black is going to play for the compensation by simply putting the knight on. Ah, wait a second. c3 is hanging. Yeah? So the white doesn't have a comfortable way to capture on d5, it turns out. And if he takes with the knight, ah well, maybe this is what white can do. Take with the knight twice, right? But then black puts the knight on d6. Yeah, the bishop is terribly stupid. Black starts having various ideas, such as bishop b5. Yeah, that's a big question. How do you react to d5? And Yesipenko, in fact, decided in favor of e takes d5, which allows black to capture on f5. So now it's actually an interesting choice, because you can take on c3 and f5, you can take on f5 immediately. You might as well postpone the entire thing and go for knight d6 to keep the position as complex as possible. So ed5, and Gelfand is thinking, yeah, because the position is full of alternatives. It is certainly a very, very promising moment for Boris Gelfand, very promising position for black. What's on the screen? It's Lomasov's game against Shirov. H takes g5 plate. Now Shirov thinking, yeah, this one develops rather slowly to the rapid chess standard. H g6. Well, apparently white will have to bring the bishop to g3 to guard his king side, and also support the e5 pawn if ever you'll be forced after f6, which black more or less inevitably going to play. If you're ever going to be forced to capture on f6 and black will recapture with the pawn, that means you surrender the center completely with white, and guess what? Black will be better in this case. So I suspect bishop f4, bishop g3 is what you need. Honestly, looking at this position, it doesn't seem that white has anything at all. The bishop on d7 is not great, I agree, but still. Is that bishop g5? I mean, I was thinking of some crazy ideas of sacrificing a piece, right? Going for bishop g5 and queen d3. The problem with that, I mean, imagine it works tactically if black captures on g5. It still doesn't make all that much sense to me, because black can play king f7. Anyway, it was part of a plan to play f6, king f7. And then the bishop is hanging for real, the e5 pawn's hanging, so I would not spend too much time with white working out if this sacrifice works if black takes it. Bishop g5, f6, queen d3. I would not spend too much time, because I would realize king f7, and what do I achieve? Literally nothing. So it's not that clear what white's supposed to do. When you can put the knight on d4, that's okay. Now, well, c4. Trying to undermine the center early. Well, this makes sense. So now, if black captures, and it feels like black has to capture, Shiro was planning to play knight d2 and then to capture c4, or if c4 will be protected, then to go to e4 and land this knight on d6. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, c4 is the good move. Because I was struggling to find the right plan. I'm not an expert in this kind of positions, and it's clearly the path being shown by Alexei Shirov. c3, c4 is what you have to do in this position. All right, Sarana against Tomaszewski. I believe that's the position on our screen. Develops really slowly. Both castled, rook to e8, knight to d2. That's once again, that's a typical way of remaneuvering the knight. Usually that's a black knight in the Sicilian, right? You move the knight from f6 to d7, and then, depending on the situation, e5 or c5. So, same goes here, knight goes to d2 and then to e4 or c4. Bishop f5, queen a4. Queen to d7, and rook goes to b1, targeting the b7 pawn. Bishop b6. So black kind of starts to struggle without a plan, right? Wait, let me show some funny line there. Bishop h3 is actually an idea. So typically the way you fight with bishop h3 is rook e1. And why not rook d1? Because after bishop h3 you can't go there. That's a very common and reoccurring tactical motive. Knight d4, your queen is hanging. If you trade the queens, you're getting, trying to trade the queens, you're getting checkmated from e2. So that's important. Very often in Sicilian. Here, it's not clear why would you want to put the rook on d8, right? But sometimes in some cases it's very tempting to put the rook on d8, but still it belongs to e8, or in our case, since we have like a mirrored position, white pretending to be black playing the Sicilian with skulls reverse, so e1 and d1 respectively. So rook e1 is the move you're looking for. Queen h4 played instead makes a lot of sense, just stopping the bishop h3 idea for good. And with this bishop being placed on b6, the queen on h4 feels relatively safe, right? And then white's going to put the knight on e4 next move, and it might be it might be white who is attacking on a king side. Well, especially if black starts to do something silly like h6, hoping in his dreams to trap the queen on h4, then knight e4 happens, and already some threats of bishop h6 connect with knight f6 ideas. So yeah, queen h4 played, Tomaszewski thinking, and really it feels like black is getting somewhat stuck, right? So he has put his pieces in a nice way, he controls the center, he can bring the other... But what's in terms of a plan, in terms of pawn pushes? It's very, very... I mean, it's really unclear what black actually wants in terms of pawn pushes. Alright, so there'll be still well thought on every single move, so we'll be back to this game later. Daniel Yufa against Evgeny Nair on our screen. That's what happens after knight d4. Rook e8 was played first to avoid any inconveniences connected with knight e6 or knight f5. b2, b3, a7, a6. The bishop put on b2. Queen goes to a5, a3, and queen goes to g5. So once again, black wants to bring his piece into the center and possibly jump with the knight to c5 to trade the d3 knight. Still, it feels the white's position is somewhat better. The Nair just plays b3, b4, starts to advance his queenside majority, controlling some squares there. And it's a little bit tough for black to organize the real counterplay, right? I mean, you can probably provoke white to play c3, c4, c5 sooner or later. Like go knight b6, for instance, hit this pawn. And the moment white plays c5, you get an option to put the knight on d5. However, in this particular position, you might as well consider knight a4. The bishop can't be... Well, can it? It can be moved, right? I thought it cannot run away because of knight c3, but it actually attacks the queen. Still very tricky. Queen d5, knight c3 is the threat, queen d4 is the threat. So knight b6 is a legit option. Yufa goes for bishop f8 instead. Moves away the bishop. Could it be that he's planning to push his e-pawn? Because typically it's not what you're supposed to do in such structures, but maybe that one is an exception. Maybe that one is an exception. Alright, but still, this is more of a maneuvering game, and we are, well, for the rapid chess, I'm not that much interested in those because we have like crazy tactics in Yesipenko-Gelfand. That's the game I want to see. That's how you play chess. Knight d6 played by Boris Gelfand. f6, the answer of Andrei Yesipenko, who is for the first time in this tournament, who is much lower on the clock than his opponent. Well, at least for the first time in the rapid chess. Knight takes c4, f takes e7. Brave decision, and now Boris is thinking. That pretty much was the pattern in this tournament for Andrei Yesipenko. He turns to capture the material his opponents are sacrificing and then gets away with it. But the feeling is this king deserves to be checkmated. I don't know how do we make it, but it should be possible. I mean, if there is nothing better, black can capture on d2 and then on c3, right? Might be good enough, you know. This, and you take on c3 and then bishop f5 check, isn't it? And maybe white has to capture with the rook and then stop caring about the exchange, but put the knight on b3 first. Knight takes d2 played by Boris Gelfand. So I strongly suspect that queen d2 has to be losing. Let me see. Queen d2. Perhaps I can start with bishop f5. Perhaps I can start with bishop f5, which might be even stronger. Right, so it was indeed rook takes d2 and bishop c2. Rook c2, greedy play. Impressive. Impressive, because honestly I thought it was just not possible to do it. What's the material? I'm trying to understand. White is only one pawn up. It felt like white kept capturing pieces, and I thought, yeah, with pawns on e7 and d5, thought at least a pair of pawns, at least a pair of... No, white isn't even a pawn up now, when I'm talking, yeah. That's another showcase how bad I am at math. It's materials equal, which is the most surprising outcome when you start counting those. Materials equal. So rook c2, what black is supposed to do here? The bishop is not hanging. I don't know if it's important or not, but the bishop is not hanging just yet. Bishop d4 perhaps? So black needs to win this guy. Needs to win this guy. So if black has the time to play queen d6, he's fully in control, right? Bishop to b4, well, yet another way to attack e7 pawn, this time immediately. The question, however, is what's the answer to queen e5? Once again, greedy play. And maybe rook e8 in this case, and then just capture on e7 with the rook. So the position inevitably opens up, and let's not forget, white still has his knight on a1, which cannot be good. Yes, for the first time in this tournament, Yusupenko does seem to be in trouble against its youngest, well, it's kind of a pinnacle of this battle of generations, youngest player against the oldest player in the field. So before Andrei Yusupenko was born, Boris Gelfand was the part of the elite, you know, so it's like top 10 perhaps. The moment Yusupenko was born, I'm ready to bet Gelfand was in the top 10. So queen captures on e5 indeed. A very brave decision by the youngster. And yeah, and I do believe black will play rook e8. It's a very, very sharp one. Shirov against Lomonosov on our screen. c4 was answered with knight e7, so black decided not to capture, decided that it's going to be dangerous. c5. Yeah, I suspect in case of a capture, black would recapture with the pawn, so that the bishop is set free, and black still controls e4 and c4, the squares from which this knight or the other knight could access the d6 square. So c5, bishop goes to c7, knight b to d4. This now it makes much more sense with pawn on c5, so white can actually start moving the king side, the queen side as well. But first he has to make sure he keeps the e5 pawn alive. Rook e1, king to f7, bishop f4. Black can try to add some pressure with g5. So g5, for instance, bishop g3 and knight g6. So applying even further pressure on e5, and not only that, but threatening f6, f5, and capture one of those bishop, or, yeah, well, the bishop perhaps, yeah. The knight is not very stable on f3 either. So g5. That's the moment I would be looking for the way to sacrifice on g5. I wonder what Semyon Lomonosov is planning to do after that. Because if you capture, white takes on g5, after king g8, white takes on e6, at the very least he's getting 3 pawns for a piece. And then, I mean, the position would still be unclear though. Maybe that, maybe trade. No, probably you're supposed to trade your bishop first, and then go queen d7, and play the position like that. Which will still be really, really unclear, especially for the rapid play. But that's a critical position, of course. Shirov down to less than 3 minutes. That's perhaps the last moment in the game where he can actually stop and calculate. Because you can't calculate much when it's like on a 10 seconds increment. You just look for the move pretty much that doesn't lose immediately, and then you make it. You can't really calculate much. Well, so it would, to stop to have the luxury to stop and calculate more, he will actually need to play few moves at tempo to accumulate this couple of extra minutes. But I am 100% certain he's calculating bishop g5 right now. Oh wait, there is also this, where perhaps that's the move you might want to start with. Because I don't really think black has bishop f4. White captures on e7 and then goes g3 or knight e5. Yeah, ef6 is played, yeah. ef6 is played. So black probably has to recapture with the pawn. And then maybe that's the moment you sacrifice on g5. Because in this situation, well, your h2 is hanging with the check, but at the same time the king is much more exposed, right? Compared to the previous line where black still had the pawn on g7, black's king is much more exposed in this case. So once again, this all of a sudden will become very, very sharp. Black does reply with g7 takes f6. As we figured out, it was about the only option for black. And now white can trade on c7, but I don't like it, right? All of a sudden, all the black pieces getting the harmony. Black is threatening g4. Black is threatening e5 as well, so black did get what he wants in this situation. Knight takes g5. That's not a move I was looking at. So knight takes g5. What's that all about? Then takes here, then gives a check on f3 perhaps. No. Just trades, just sacrifices on g5. So knight takes g5 followed by bishop g5, and he's planning to play this position. Honestly, I don't believe it can be good for white. I don't believe it can be good for white. When it feels a bit too inconcrete and too slow. And there is also an option of capturing on h2, where white has no other choices but to go to f1, and bishop b5 check will be a deadly threat from this angle. So queen a5, for instance, threatening queen a6, or queen g8, and once again, whenever the knight's moved, there is bishop b5. Now, I think that seems to be a bluff by Alexei Shirov. Okay, he's low on time, so needs to make his way out of trouble, but it will be really, really tough this time. Let me see what happens in Nair Yufa. Here, it's not that sharp, it seems, but somehow white managed to seize control over the position. Well, at least it does look like white is better. After king f1, some g4 ideas are in the air. And if you force black to trade the queens, I believe you are quite happy. Well, last move a5 sort of allows g4, right? So we can try to take a look at g4, queen e4, takes on f6, black is forced to trade, captures here, and then you trade on d8 and you go rook b1, for instance. Starts to resemble the classical game between those two. The king, or black king, was on the other side of the board, but structure was in a way pretty similar. The pawn never was on a5, it was pawn on a6. So let me see. ba5 was played, and bishop went to c5. So white ruins his own structure on a queen side, but at the same time claims I'm up a pawn. What's the punishment? I'm just winning a pawn this way, says Evgeny Nair. And in this particular game, both players very low on time. g4 now. Yeah, once again, trying to force the queen straight. You can get queen g6, but then the queen is sort of getting stuck there. And on our screen, it's Andrei Yesipenko against Boris Gelfand. Well, a really wild game. Queen e5 is what we've seen. Bishop to d6 intermediate was played by Boris Gelfand, avoiding any possible throw-ins with d5, d6, bishop e4. Now rook e8, so making sure that the e7 pawn is gone. Queen to d4, queen to b5. Yeah, black wants to keep the queens on the board. Bishop to e4, a4, and other rook to e8. Black is certainly better. Black is certainly better. Bishop to d3. Hang on a second. Is there any sort of tactic? Because there is a check on e1. Well, it's still tricky. Still tricky because black can hardly avoid the queen straight. No, he cannot. Queen b4. Gelfand ends up playing. Rook to... What? Rook c4? Seriously? Queen d2 being met with bishop h7. That's a brilliant trick. That's actually a brilliant trick. Queen goes to a5. That was a brilliant trick if black captures it, but I thought the entire point was that you couldn't play queen a5 because of knight c4. Now he actually can. Knight e4. I'm getting lost with those tactical tricks. There are too many. Now the bishop on d6 is hanging. There is bishop e5 with the tempo, however, so black might not be all that much upset about this. So bishop e5, then if black manages to finds the time to throw in a4, a3, and will open up the very dangerous diagonal. Queen to c5. It's extremely sharp. Extremely sharp. And by the intuition, I tend to think black has to be at the very least okay, if not better. But in this kind of position, it's very easy to blunder something. Right, some simplifications in Nayer's game against Ufa. Boris Gelfand is thinking after queen c5. Yet this round, all the games are developing with the similar, with a similar pace. So I don't really know where to switch. After ba5, bishop c5, g4 was answered with queen g6. So black was not yet ready to trade the queens. After bishop f4, however, knight e5 is threatening to capture the queen. Right, knight e5, queen e4, trade happen. White is up a pawn, but his structure is ruined. Nothing new here. Nothing new here. White really needs to hurry up and try to get the b7 pawn. Really needs to hurry up and try to get the b7 pawn. Like trade on d8, go rook b1. Something like that. Trade on d8, go rook b1. Try to capture the b7 dude. Oh wow, yeah, and we do have, that's Nayer's game. We do have this crazy game between Shirov and Lomasov. Whoa, what's going on? Bishop h2, king f1 was played, queen went to g8, queen f3, knight to f5. After knight f5, bishop b5, rook e2 is the only move. White captures on e2. So if black takes on f5, he's a rook up, right? But then queen f5 with a lot of checks at the very least, if not a checkmate. But queen takes g5, yeah, queen takes g5 should be almost winning. Now, knight d6 happens to be a double check. That's important. Knight d6 happens to be a double check. Well, it could be that we are witnessing another masterpiece of Alexei Shirov. So the question is where the king is going. Not to g8, obviously, because of checkmate in one. So it's, you go to g7 or g6, you end up being in this situation. Queen f7 check, king h6, and I suspect it's got to be rook h1 this very moment. Or might be taking on e6 first. So king e7, yeah, king e7 is the answer. Queen f7 check is played, king goes to d8, and now knight b7, king c8, it turns out after knight d6, the bishop is still alive on h2, so knight d6 is not a perpetual check. Yeah, it might be that Shirov has miscalculated this line, because now he's the rook down, queen h5 is a threat. He's down to his last 30 seconds, and really don't see how to continue. He can try to capture on b7, maybe that's the way. Capture on b7, the a8 rook, yeah, that's what he does. The a8 rook is hanging. Black almost certainly has a perpetual check, with white king being on e2. Does he though? After this check, for instance, king f1 is the move. For some reason, I was not counting at this king. Queen h5 is a better move. At least it protects the h8 rook. That's a very sharp game, I have to say. It's a very sharp game. And still, you can go king f1, right? If the bishop takes, you give a check here. After that one, yeah, let me see. f3, right? Okay, f3 instead of king f1. So we've reached this position, and c takes d6 first. That's really impressive. That's inspired play by Alexei Shirov. Queen e5. So now he needs to find a way to avoid the perpetual, if there is. Apparently not. Apparently there isn't. King almost played king f1, and what? Almost played king f1 and lost on time. Well, that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible, because king f2 would have been good enough. King f2 would have been good enough for a draw. So, well, that's a dramatic finish, really. I feel pity for Alexei Shirov in this one. Yeah, the rook cannot be protected, right? Queen b2, there is no queen b2. Queen d4 check, white simply goes back. And even if black gets the queen to c4, what's the big deal? There is no way you are guarding the a8 rook and protect yourself from the checkmate on e7 at the same time. And he reached for the king to put it on f1 for some reason. And got, so that's a frustrating finish, of course. Lomasov wins first game in the rapid. Kings are behind, it seems. And Alexei Sarana beats Evgeny Tomaszewski. Is this correct? I believe that's the final position of this game. Yes, Alexei Sarana beats Evgeny Tomaszewski. So 10-0 for the Princes. They've equaled the overall score and 2 games in progress. So Princes equal the overall score with 2 games in progress. So it all depends now on Yufa against Nair and Yosipenko against Gelfand. Nair with Yufa, that's the position. Well, equal material. White is arguably a bit more active, but at the same time, black has more compact structure. So I don't really think Yufa is in any danger. And Yosipenko against Gelfand, it's simplified quite a bit. Once again, similar material, and yeah, not a sign of advantage for. Now, well, maybe there is still some for Boris Gelfand. I wanted to say, the bishop is still better piece than the knight on b3, right? Rook g1. But what a game. I mean, what a game. Well, guys, people tend to like one-sided victory when one guy just shows off, sacrifices half of his stuff and checkmates. But in fact, this kind of the game, when one comes with the idea, the other one comes with antidote, and it goes back and forth, those are the most impressive games. So rook on a6, rook e8. It tries to activate the b8 rook. It has nothing to do on b8 indeed. Yeah, the b pawn can be pushed forward if needed. What black is trying to do to put the rook on e4, or who knows, maybe on e2, once again creating the threat against the king in the endgame. And Boris, of course, very experienced, controls the time. I wonder how many tournament games he has played with this time control. So he was playing those rapids in the 90s once again. So rook to e8, and white has certain difficulties preventing both rook e4 and rook e2. It's like this unlucky knight on b3 still is far, far away from action. Rook to f1, okay. Possibly planning to create some threats on f7 if if black moves the rook to e2. You should probably still do it, right? We'll see. Rook e2, yep. Rook a8 check. So king goes to g7, yep. And then after rook a7, it seems it will be extremely hard to guard the f7 pawn. But same goes for white, because bishop e5 hitting this, and after rook f7, king g6, there are no checks, and there is no way. Well, there is rook b2, sorry. Yeah, there is rook b2. Rook a7, yep, indeed played. Rook a7. How do we guard f7? There is still bishop e7 move for Boris Gelfand, so it's not as dramatic as it could seem. There is still bishop e7 move, which should probably be played. Now that I've figured out f7 was hanging. Meanwhile, in the other game, Nair against Yufa, still material equal. Somehow white starts having threats against the king. With a very, very limited material, white still manages to create some threats to this king. And both players playing like on their last seconds. That's really incredible. King gets to g5, knight c4, attacks the rook, maybe then knight once again, rerouted to e4, knight d6. Okay. Knight d6, targeting the b7 pawn. Boris, meanwhile, makes the move and it's rook to e7. Alright, makes perfect sense. If rooks are traded, then h-pawn is very weak and the knight is still far away. Rook to a5, yeah, but Yespenko says, you know what, you are no longer attacking my b2 pawn, Mr. Gelfand, so I might as well return to a5. Bishop b4. And then, he can try to swap the rooks with rook e1, like in case of rook a8, for instance. Rook e1 looks strong enough. Takes, and the h4 pawn is gone, it seems. Still very good chance for an advantage for Gelfand. Rook g1 check, yeah, the king goes to h7. Not the most desirable square, but still solid enough. Rook a6, and yeah, perhaps you just trade the rooks. Perhaps you just trade the rooks. It's very likely you are winning the h4 pawn in this case. $40 left. Yeah, rook e1 played. Trade happened, and rook f6 followed by rook f4 is white's only way not to drop the pawn for free. Yep, rook goes to f6. There is a very, very serious threat. What happens if black actually surrenders his f7 pawn but takes h4 and after this check goes to g6? It's incredibly dangerous for white because this pawn is running extremely fast. And that's what was played. Yeah, Boris, of course, he's a very experienced player, so he immediately identifies how hard for his opponent it's going to be to stop this h-pawn. So basically, white's task is quite simple, quote-unquote quite simple. He has to find the possibility to give the knight for this h-pawn, but it might not be an easy task. So h5, I suppose. You have the passed pawn, you move it, yes. h5. White desperately needs to relocate this knight, but first he needs to, needs to calculate. I mean, what happens Okay, knight c1, trying to reach e2. Trying to reach e2. There is, there is rook d2 for black. For the time being, stopping the knight from reaching e2 or d3. So rook d2 is an option, certainly. Rook d2, yes, just like that. So the knight can't reach the squares it was opting for. And then rook goes to g2, and that's correct. And after knight c5, so not knight d4 but knight c5, there is bishop f2, right? There is bishop f2, but then it's a draw. Yeah, this knight c5 move is clever. Knight c5 move is clever. So what I wanted to illustrate, so if instead you go for knight d4, kind of attacking the pawn, bishop f2, knight b5, but then your knight is too far, and black might as well promote the pawn. Bishop g3, so Kelford guards f4 square, that's important. In case of bishop f2, the move I was looking at, you manage to trade the rooks, but you're not winning the resulting position. White has knight f4 check, then capture on h5, and then goes b4, and nothing on earth can stop white from getting the king to b3 and play a4. It's just a draw. Exchanges last remaining pawn. Bishop g3, still tricky. Rook to f8. Okay, time to play h4, I believe. That's a time to play h4, I believe. It's not that you have all that many alternatives, it seems. Oh no, hang on a second. h4, there is this knight e4 move, and so Boris goes back to e5, because that would have been an awkward position. Knight d3, now the bishop is hanging, so black needs to give a check on g1. Yeah, check on g1, king c2, bishop to g7. Alrighty, now the question is if knight f4 needs to be played. Knight f4 makes black's life even more awkward. Oh wait, king g5? No, king g5 is not a move, there is knight a6. So the king actually has to go to some really awkward square like h6. But then after rook f5, you need to go rook g5, and it's just a draw. Rook takes, king takes, and then knight takes h5, king takes h5. We've already discussed that. b4, king gets to b3, a4, last pawn is gone, and it's a draw. Well, it's a titanic game by Andrei Yesipenko and Boris Gelfand. I'm not sure if black was winning by force at some point. That's really, really incredible. And the game between Nair and Yufa has finished as well, I believe, where a draw was agreed in the end, it seems. Yeah, it seems a draw was agreed in the end. It was a very long move, very long game, 62 moves or something. Well, not very long, if I'm honest. So, because of Shirov's dramatic loss, well, not only that, Tomaszewski loses his first game, and now Yesipenko is the best performing player in the tournament by half a point ahead of Evgeny Tomaszewski. But it wouldn't be enough for Princes to equal the score, but there is one more. There is one more loss of Alexei Shirov to Semyon Lomasov, which makes it a tie going to last today's round. So 2 draws, 2 victories for the Princes. Once again, Sarana upsets Tomaszewski, and Lomasov wins against Alexei Shirov, which makes it a tie going to the last round today. Let's not forget there is a full day tomorrow with 4 more games with the colors reversed. So I believe we'll go for very quick break. 5 minutes before the start, question mark. Let's hope I will not be late this time. We still have 1 round of rapid chess in front of us. Stay tuned. Welcome back on air, guys. We have one more round of rapid chess to go. So players taking their places. The pairing for fourth round of rapid is Semyon Lomasov, who has just won his first game, it seems, in rapid chess. I know he has won against Nair as well. Yeah, Semyon Lomasov facing Evgeny Nair one more time. Alexei Sarana, white against Alexei Shirov. Tomaszewski against Yasipenko will battle it out for the best individual score in the tournament. Yasipenko is leading by half a point in this nomination. And then Boris Gelfand will have the white pieces, same as yesterday in the last classical game against Daniil Yufa. And the reminder, the score is equal after the classics. The score is equal after 3 rounds of rapid. So Kings won the first mini-match, won the second mini-match with +1, but then in round 3, 3-1 victory for the Princes. The score is equal. And we are witnessing the start of the last round for today. Particularly curious what's going to happen in Tomaszewski-Yasipenko. E4 one more time. So will it be another Ruy Lopez? Will it be another Berlin? And will it be another Berlin with Rook E1? That's the question. Bishop to B5, and well, a bit of a smile on both faces. I'm wondering what happens there. Yeah, and same as in the classical game, Yasipenko has started to think right after Bishop B5. So Bishop B5, A6, Bishop A4. Well, it's clear. No, it's not clear anymore. I wanted to say it's clear Tomaszewski has prepared something in the martial attack, the line that he plays himself. But no, Evgeny Tomaszewski just decided to go for the D3 line, 5D3 in the Ruy Lopez. Okay, and play the position very similar to the how do you call it, gioco piano Italian, right? So, white could have precisely the same setup. Black, however, in the gioco piano Italian rarely plays b7, b5. Okay, so this means it will be a slow-paced game, and we can switch to something else. Gelfand against Ufa started as the Bogo Indian once again, one more time with e4 and d6. And this time after bishop e2, Ufa goes for c7, c5, not sacrificing the pawn for a second time. d5, e takes d5, c takes d5. So the Benoni structure, bishop to g4 and knight to d7. Well, there is a piece of common knowledge I'm ready to share with you guys. Black needs to exchange one pair of minor pieces in the Benoni. That's what I was told by somebody, and this person was clearly a wise man, because I have no rational explanation to that, but it simply works. So it's like if you have all the minor pieces, somehow you don't have enough space with black. If you manage to trade, for instance, the bishop on g4 for the knight on f3, all of a sudden everything starts to work perfectly. It's not the real Benoni just yet. The bishop is on e7, not on g7, so it might be a little bit different. Okay, so Gelfand has played rook to e1. Black replies in the same fashion, rook e8, planning for bishop f8, g6, bishop to g7. Whenever is asked, he will obviously capture on f3. Alright, let's check some other game. Back to Yuspenko and Tomaszewski. Just quickly. Alright. That's the position where some people sacrifice the knight. I mean, or maybe not this particular one. Yeah, it needs to be with like white having a bit more tempi, right? Already knight on d2 at the very least. And typically, if you force white bishop to g3, that means that you're doing just fine, right? Rook e1, so white prepares the notorious knight maneuver, very common for every single Ruy Lopez variation, to get it to e3, where it will be extremely efficient, since black has already played g7, g5. King to g7. Perhaps preparing to move the pawn forward. Well, king g7, moving the knight, and then possibly the h-pawn will start marching forward. So, very interesting position there. Despite, it's like it develops in a slower fashion, so both sides maneuvering in their own camp, but it might as well easily explode anytime soon if black starts pushing the king side. So that would mean white will have to react quickly. Knight bd2 was played. Let's say knight h7, guarding this, and then both h5 and f5 become an issue. Knight bd2 played. Two more games that we didn't take a look at. Saranay against Shirov is already on move 22, because it seems it's really, really impressive. Shirov is known to be the specialist in so-called Botvinnik Slav variation. And as far as I remember, it's very rare that someone enters this line against Alexei Shirov. And the proper not the bishop e7 line, but knight bd7. And my knowledge somewhere around this position stops. I really have no clue what's going on later on. a3, knight to b8. Well, I remember it's Ivanchuk's, queen g7 did this brilliant idea. Queen g5, queen g7, but that's about it. And it was against Alexei Shirov, by the way. a before, c before, bishop e3, bishop to d5. Bishop to d5, bishop d5, rook d5, queen e2, knight c6, and rook f to c1. All blitzed out. Saranay is on 17, almost 18 minutes, 17 minutes, 50 seconds. It's clearly that he has prepared this line against Shirov. It might as well be, though, that the line is just a forced draw. I won't be surprised that like pretty much any single line in the between variation is, if both players know what they're doing. FC1. I won't even attempt to call what move needs to be played here, because, well, I expect something like knight e5, because if you surrender the c4 pawn, it's too much. But again, it's really impossible under the format that we are. I'm trying to cover 4 games at the same time, and it's a rapid chess. It's better not to try to come up with with suggestions. Still has to be the theory. F to c1 might be, rook f to c1 might be, a sideline. I don't believe you can ever play a new move in the Botvinnik variation. So the specialists, and Alexei Shirov being one of them, have everything analyzed. Normally have everything analyzed. It's just that it's a rapid game, and there was not so much time before today. It was certainly no time at all in between the rounds, and there was no guarantee Alexei Shirov will go for this particular line. So Shirov did not repeat it, and he might not remember what to do. That's what modern opening preparation is. It's very rare that you come up with some new system that nobody used before you. Much more common is something like that, when you blitz out 20 moves and ask your opponent a question if you remember this particular line. And Semyon Lomasov against Evgeny Nair just finished the game in a draw. I barely got to this game when it was finished in a draw. So knight e4 came along with a draw offer. There was no threefold repetition, it seems. Yeah, they've just agreed a draw. Once again, don't want to embarrass myself and try to recall what are the moves in this particular line of Scotch. Anyway, this one's finished, so 3 more games to go. Still no move from Alexei Shirov, already spent 3-4 minutes there. Tomaszewski against Yesipenko. The tension is building up. After knight d2, Yesipenko went for knight c6 to e7, preventively covering the f5 square, or maybe heading towards g6. This one is also possible. Knight to f1, for instance, knight goes to g6, and then already some g4s become possible, or even h5, and if you take on g5, h4 traps the bishop. So the tension is certainly building up. And in Gelfand Ufa, it seems that Ufa eventually managed to build the proper Benoni. After rook e8, queen c2 was played by Boris Gelfand, the bishop went to f8, bishop f1. That's a bit of a surprise, to be honest, because here, what do I miss, guys? No. I've hallucinated that you can take and then take on d5, but this knight still protects the rook. So the answer to what I've missed question is like, you've missed everything, Miro. Yeah, bishop f1. So, I mean, it is a tactical motive typical for this position, in fact. Like, if the rook on e1 is not protected enough, there is constantly this knight d5 trick, but not here. Rook to c8, b2, b3, g7, g6, h3, forcing the bishop to take, and bishop to g7. What's uncommon compared to the regular Benoni is the fact that white can put the bishop on a long diagonal. He rarely has such luxury in the usual Benoni structures. So put the bishop on b2, put the rook from a1 to d1, and look for a right moment to break in the center with e5. This should be the plan for white in this position. Black has certain difficulties organizing the usual counterplay on the queen side. So a6 will be met with a4, like, yeah, after bishop b2, for instance, you can go a6. Black Once b5, so white replies with a4, and then it's really, really problematic to get b7, b5. Or maybe it's not, maybe you just have to waste one more tempo, but then a5 becomes an issue. Sometimes they don't really care about weakening their pawns, but apparently not here. a6 is hanging. In case of queen b6, there is bishop c4. Once again, a6 is hanging. Yeah, bishop g7. Gelfand is still thinking, however, so I'm wondering if there is like some merit not to play bishop b2, which I can hardly think of, to be honest. Seems to be a very natural move and no clear alternative. Why would you want to... I mean, why would you play b3 if you were not planning to play bishop b2? Okay, in fact I can imagine white doing something like this, to play rook a d1, to say my pawn on b3 simply stops c4 and I prefer my bishop here. But then I'm not sure what white is supposed to do after h6. The problem being that if you go there, black goes g5, goes knight h5, your bishop is attacked, and what I've originally thought to be like an interesting exchange sacrifice might not work simply. Queen f6. Oh, well, it is an interesting exchange sacrifice because you can go e5. Maybe that's what Gelfand is thinking about then. You can go e5. And doesn't matter what black does, it's a very, very sharp position, because very likely that black has to return the exchange by capturing on e5 and getting something like that. Yeah, it could be that Gelfand's going to play bishop g5 then. Not that it's clear what stops you from playing bishop b2. Yeah, bishop b2 played, a6, a4 came as an answer to a6 pretty quickly, and then Ufa stops. Because now a4, a5, unlike some other Benoni positions, now a4, a5 is actual threat. That's a strong positional threat. Because white already has b3 and the bishop on b2, there is no pressure. So typically, okay, let's do this. Rook b8, a5, just to show. b5, for instance, takes and takes. Typically, that moment, white has the bishop on c1 or elsewhere, but not on b2, and the pawn is on b2. So black has the pressure on b2 with rook on the b file and bishop being on g7. In our position, it's just an extra pawn for white. White can safely capture on a6, it seems. After bishop b2 and inclusion of a6, a4, Ufa goes for knight h5. So now the paradigm shift. We trade the bishops and we try to play for the dark squares control, like that. I suspect in case of bishop g7 you do capture with the king. Yeah, still a tricky position right there. And Boris decided not to capture on g7 himself, but plays rook a to d1, centralizing his stuff and well, asking Ufa, if you want to trade the bishops, trade yourself, so I'll have the queen on the long diagonal and your king will still be on g8 instead of g7. Right, let's leave this one, let's check a couple of other games. Tomaszewski and Yesipenko, well, something is happening there. After knight e7, a5 with the tempo, pushing the bishop to a7, and then d4, breaking in the center. E takes, c takes, knight to h5, e5, knight g3 and h g3. So white opened up some new squares for his pieces. Knight e4 is a very tempting idea. So black needs to be careful. One of the factors in this position is in fact, this bishop's placement and this bishop's activity. Because it's not a rare case where the bishop on a7 will be out of play. I mean, especially if something starts to happen, something sharp starts to happen on the king's side. You might find out that the bishop on a7 is too far from the action. d5, by the way, was played. So now, I mean, if you take like this, there is no question the bishop on a7 is fantastic, right? Targets f2. So, I'm thinking of knight e5, and after bishop d4, possibly even double capture. Well, I don't know, it's probably too optimistic, but like take twice on f7, give a check, put the rook on d1. That's what I was thinking about. Trade everything here. Then I'm not even sure when the queen goes. It could be that I'm starting with knight f3, and then queen b3 and rook a d1, and try to go for, you know, centralization and activity of the pieces. But I find it hard to believe. Knight takes e5 played, however. Yeah, as I said, I mean, you don't want to capture with the pawn opening the bishop. What you want to do is you take on e5. If black finds it dangerous to capture on d4 immediately, that white plays knight d2 to f3 or knight to e4. The d4 pawn is protected. You know, white all of a sudden gets control over the position. But we've seen Andrei Yesipenko in action already. We know that everything which is possible to take, he's trying to take. So strongly suspect the bishop, the pawn on d4 will be taken by black bishop. And finally, no, it wasn't. Bishop to f5. Okay, bishop to f5, attacking the pawn for one more time. It also makes sense, of course. And now, perhaps this sacrifice on f7 is no longer available? Question mark. We'll see. And finally, some development in Sarana-Shirov. So let's see what happens there. After rook fc1, c3 was played. c3 was played by Alexei Shirov. White captured on c3, bc3. Well, captured on c3 with the knight. Traded on b5, went rook c3. So black is up a piece and perhaps unable to. That's what I suspect. Perhaps black is unable to keep the piece on the board. I mean, to keep this knight alive on c6. So king b7, white doubles on the c file. If you move the knight, perhaps you are the one who is in trouble after rook c7. Have to go back with the. No, you're just getting checkmated, right? King to d7 played by Shirov, but then some sort of rook a6 might happen. Still, it's so sharp, and Shirov is below 5 minutes already, so that clearly hints at him finding moves at the board and not following his home preparation. Rook a6 or same rook c1 is moves I'm looking at. Well, it could be that if we play rook c1, black can actually do something like that, and it ends up being a draw. It's very likely that it ends up being a draw. Rook to c6, black captures here, then your h2 is hanging. Oh, well, you know what? It's still quite tricky, right? Through h4, rook g8, check, king d6, well, could be just a draw by force. We'll see. Might not matter if it's rook a6 or rook c1 if black is going for bishop h6 anyways. King d7, so not thinking he, well, started to use his time, so he's not following his analysis any longer, at least my guess would be so. Still, it's move 20 7 or something, move 25, and white has almost 13 minutes. So really deep preparation. Tomaszewski Jasipenko develops third after bishop f5, knight df3 was played, queen d6 and g3, g4, making sure black has no business playing g5, g4 in the right moment. So now, as I've promised, we might come to the situation where the bishop on a7 will be somewhat out of play. It's a huge conflict on the board, because it's like if white manages to keep the center protected, if he doesn't lose d4, he's much better. But is there a guarantee he won't? I mean, this pawn won't fall? Big question is where the bishop's going. I don't see a problem with bishop g6, to be honest. Because if black captures, that's one pair of pieces being exchanged and still d4 is hanging, no visible threats. Rook e8 might be on black's agenda. Doesn't look all that scary. So perhaps bishop g6 is the move to continue. Another move played in Sarana-Shirov after knight. Hang on a second. After king d7 and rook a6, knight d8 was played. Shirov was never planning to return the piece. Rook a7 check, king e8. So what's the situation now? White has 3 pieces for 3 pawns for the piece he has sacrificed. Black has some difficulties developing, like in case of rook d3, for instance. Black has difficulties developing because if you move the bishop, white captures on d8 and wins the rook on h8 after rook a check. But at the same time, does white have all that many threats? Well, he kind of has a threat of rook a8, right? This, I thought, would not be that great for black, because white can actually consider trading and moving his stuff forward, sort of trying to paralyze the king side. That's a really, really interesting position there. And I believe some people do know the evaluation still. It's move 27, but remember those stories when it was like 90s or 80s possibly, where there were like similar games in between equation reaching position 35, and then one player would come up with the improvement on move 35 or something. Now with computer analysis it could be even deeper analyzed, I believe. So won't be surprised if, let's say, apparently our players involved in the match are not familiar with this position anymore. But yeah, I would not exclude such possibility that there is someone on earth who knows exactly how to play in this line and what it ends with. What's the position on a camera view? Yeah, that's precisely this one. So remind that Lomasov and Naya finished the game in a draw. That's a game between Sarana and Shirov. Sarana is still thinking. Tomaszewski against Jasipenko made yet another move. Bishop h7 was the reaction of Andrei Jasipenko. So he values the bishop. He keeps it on h7 instead of going to g6. And white has played rook c1. Yeah, applying some pressure on the c file, stopping possible knight c6. So now the question will be, let's say, black going rook d8, and what white is supposed to do in this case. It's not like d4 pawn is hanging, so white in fact can play queen e2, because if you capture on d4 twice after rook e7, rook c7, the white looks almost winning. Or perhaps knight takes f7 is even stronger. Yeah, so the feeling is that Tomaszewski's position is somewhat better already. Rook c1, rook to e8. Still, clear how to make progress with white. I'm still looking at various ways to sacrifice on f7 and get knight e5 check. For some mysterious reason, I believe white has to have something. Queen f3 threatening there, possibly threatening there. But again, it's very easy to suggest such stuff having no responsibility for the outcome. Tomaszewski has played queen d2. Yeah, I've seen that it's Yasipenko to move, but missed the last move made by Evgeny Tomaszewski. So queen d2. Well, I'm wondering how serious are White's intentions to sack on g5. Probably not that serious. Might want to play queen c3 in some positions, right? That could be an idea. Queen c3, hitting c7, and at the same time the opposition with the king on g7 might be unpleasant. The d5, you know, with some possibilities of discovered attacks. It's a multi-purpose move, and black has to look for an antidote to this one. Okay, and finally to Gelfand and Ufa. We didn't look at it for quite some time. After rook d1, Daniel Ufa replied with queen a5. Once again, if you can make sure that the bishops are traded, that means the queen will be more or less comfortable on b4. That's what happens in our game. By the way, captured with the knight on g7, since the queen went to a5. There is no longer such idea as putting the knight on f4, queen on f6. Queen c2. Oh well, queen b2, queen c2 sequence is, well, somewhat surprising, to put it mildly. Wasting couple of tempi. Rook e7, other rook to e8, the bishop d3, knight h5 back, heading to f4, rook d e1 and knight e5. So, does look like black has everything under control. We'll take with the rook. b7, b5 is ready. The rook on e1 is hanging in that many lines. So the only question is if this knight on h4 will not end up being a bit misplaced, like h2, g2, g3. Knight goes back to f6. Yeah, g3 played. Suspect knight has to go back to f6. Well, you might want to consider f5, but I'm not sure if it's such a great idea. Yeah, you want, I mean, in positions like that, you want to build your counterplay on pressure on e4 and not the exchange of the e-pawn. So you do this, and if white ever ends up kind of protecting the e4 pawn and having no active counterplay, then you'll play b5 in the right moment, you'll play c4, you'll distract one of the white pieces, and you will exchange your c-pawn for an e-pawn and end up in a slightly better position with black, because, yeah, imagine white does nothing, you go b5, white does nothing again. Let's pretend there is no any tactic I'm blundering, and over here I was supposed to be capturing e4. That's not fair. Okay, forget it. Queen d4 was played. Queen b4 to d4, and not knight f6 back. That's a surprise. Queen c4 played by Boris Gelfand. Now, can black actually return the knight to f6? Yeah, queen d4 feels like the move you are connecting with f7, f5 intentions. Because now, for instance, knight back to f6, white trades, goes rook e2. Probably still fine for black, knight d7, knight heading towards c5. Yeah, it's just a very comfortable Benoni position for black. That's the bottom line. Right, let me see the other games. Tomaszewski against Yosipenko. After queen d2, f7, f6 was played. Knight went to d3, knight c6, and queen c3. As I said, the tension was building up for quite some time, but now, you know, the position is about to explode. Rook takes on e1, and I wonder if the knight takes on e1, what's the situation? Because the c6 knight is hanging, bishop e4 seemingly runs into d5. It's once again, can't calculate properly, but it does seem to work, right? And after knight d4, the plan was to take on c7. Black has to trade the queens. Has to go, I suspect, to h8, not even to g6 here. You don't want to have your king on g6, it goes to h8. And then you can capture on a7 and be better, that's I'm sure. But you might as well try bishop d5, because this thing is trapped, right? Knight f3 doesn't really help you. It's kind of the only move is rook d8. And then, at the very least, white can capture and capture on a6. Yeah, white is much better. I believe that's a trick. That's a trick Andrei Yosipenko has missed. The fact that after rook takes e1, white has knight d3 to e1, and the knight on c6 is still hanging. And precisely as I was saying, the bishop on a7 happened to be out of play and actually a bad piece. Unless the young gentleman comes up with another tactical trick and puts me to shame here. Sarana against Shirov, coming back to this one, no longer a piece up for Alexei Shirov, but up an exchange. This particular one should be holdable as soon as he will manage to capture the b2 pawn, but it's not a pleasant position. Well, should it be holdable? Now that I'm thinking, this rook is dead pretty much till the end of the game. It's like if white goes h4, do you ever extract this rook? I'm not sure. So certainly a dangerous position for Shirov. White has absolutely zero risk, that's I'm ready to claim, and white is better. Knight takes d4, played by Andrei Yosipenko, entering the line that we've just discussed. Check. Now wait, I'm being silly. Bishop d5. I said the bishop is trapped, but bishop in fact has the square. No, that's nonsense then. No, then you capture on a7, of course. Then you capture on a7, of course, and after knight b3, you capture on a6. You're up a pawn, but in this case, your knights are somewhat awkward, and possibly black will have enough compensation. But still, it's a pawn, right? And the moment black starts moving his knight from b3, he lets you to move your knight from f3. Okay, yeah, they've reached this position and Tomaszewski is thinking on what to do. Gelfand and Ufa played more moves. They've reached this endgame, knight f6, rook 3, e2, so Boris was waiting with the exchange on d4. The knight d7, however, trades on d4, goes b4, covering c5 square, rook c8, and rook e back to e8. So now black has ideas like rook to c3. e5, breakthrough in the center. That's the right way to crack the Benoni, but let's see if it works tactically in this particular case. Rook c3, this one's hanging. e6 perhaps? Yeah, what you don't want to do, you don't want to protect the bishop because you lose the e5 pawn then. So it has to be either e6 or ed6 maybe. ed6 captured. Alrighty. And then if rook takes, bishop takes, then white loses the g3 pawn, but is left with very strong passed pawns on the d file. Black, in fact, urgently needs to eliminate those guys if he can. Wait, can I play d3 by some chance? Bishop f1, I reckon. And yeah, and all of a sudden it's not easy for black to put the rook behind those d pawns and start eliminating them. So in fact, the d pawns are dangerous. It looked so comfortable for UFO, but now I'm no longer sure if he has the equality. Desperately needs to find a good move here. Coming back with the rook, could this be a move? Just like that, rook c8, rook d8, put the knight on f6, try to win the pawn. So you're probably not that scared if you win the d6 pawn and lose your d4 pawn. Then you, well, especially if you end up being with the knight on d6, then losing the d4 pawn might not be a disaster. d4, d3 played, the bishop's attacked. Well, you have a d1 square, but why would you prefer d1 over anything else? You probably go to f1. No, Boris goes to d1. That's a bit of a surprise. The trick is, now black actually has this. Now black actually has this. d2. In case of rook e7, there is rook c1. In case of rook f1, black doesn't care at all, just goes rook d3. So apparently it has to be a mixture of the above. So white goes rook e2 first, after rook d3, or maybe first capture the pawn and then go rook d3. White has rook to e7, and then d7, and then check from e8. So that's the way white wins, right? Rook d5 and check from e8, which you could potentially miss from afar. Rook e8 and then d8 queen. Okay. Bishop d1, fair point. Not clear what black... Ah, wait. Can black start by going rook c1, so that after d2 the rook will have to be on the first rank? Maybe that's the solution. So that after king f2 you go d2. White still is in no time, I believe, to go rook e7. So that means he has to keep the rook on the first rank. And then you probably should have enough time to eliminate both of those guys, while white is collecting your d2 pawn. But still, it's actually very intense. Much more intense than I would expect it to be. The bishop d1. More and more moves coming in this game. Tomaszewski against Yusipenko, both down to kind of the very last seconds. Rook a6, h5 was played, and Evgeny Tomaszewski replies with rook b6. Targets this one, planning to capture this one with a tempo. H g4, rook takes b5, and wait, and knight takes a5, so that's the move. Alrighty, so knight g5 means white will be a pawn up, right? Or rook a5 means white will be a pawn up as well. Or not that simple. In case of rook a5, black captures on f3, knight f3, rook b8. Targets the b2 guy. After rook a2 has bishop b1 or bishop g8. And then we'll capture the pawn on b2. Really, really great fight. Yeah, so knight takes g5 was played instead. Now, after f takes g5 and rook a5. The knight is terribly placed, but you know, white still has a chance, well, still has a hope to collect those guys. Rook to b8. Ah, yeah, so they've reached this position. Rook b8 is played by Yesipenko. What to do here? Ah, well, the trick is such so that after rook takes g5, rook b2 and rook g4, there is rook b1 and you can't save the horsey. And it's a draw then. Rook b2, is there a way to somehow avoid losing a knight? Rook e5, yeah. Slowly, rook to e5. Guards the knight. King to g7 played. Rook e3. Alright, but if you escape knight d3, then black should be fine capturing the knight, right? King f6, yeah, in case of knight d3, black just captures, goes king f5 at 2 it's 2 versus 1, rook ending. So it has to be a draw. g3, therefore, hopes to extract the knight to f4 this way, f4 or h4, and still will try to torture his young opponent with 2 pawns versus 1. But seems like a draw to me. Rook to b4, guarding the 4th rank. Right, let's switch to something else, because this either will finish in a draw anytime soon, or might be as well the last, the last game of the round. Sarana against Shirov, that's a picturesque position with this rook on h7 being arrested. Yeah, knight d3 was played, so it's 2 versus 1 rook ending. I don't really think it is possible to win. I wonder if Tomaszewski will be trying to do so. So Sarana versus Shirov, the rook on h7. Well, let's pretend, guys, that all that is not there. The rook is not moving, but at the same time, white's bishop is not moving, right? Oh, wait, something has happened. Did Shirov resign? Yeah, king d5 and lost on time, it seems like. Or possibly he just resigned and, well, this king d5 last move enters automatically when they start to fix the result. So another win by Alexei Sarana. Remember, when he lost 2 starting games, I've promised that he is a very strong rapid player. He will win some games. And draw for Tomaszewski and Yesipenko. So that means Boris Gelfand needs to win in order to tie the match. Otherwise, before the last day, it will be Princes who are leading. Will Boris Gelfand win here? Let's see. Both on very last seconds, materials equal. White's passed pawn is arguably more dangerous, but for the time being, the bishop from c2 finds it hard to join the action. Last move, by the way, being bishop d1 to c2, not bishop f3 for some reason. I suspect it had to do with rook b3, and then you run into the other check. Okay, bishop c2, rook c4. Well, how about bishop b3 now? Yeah, precisely, that's what I wanted to ask, because now rook c3 seems to be your only move. White goes king d4, and by force we are getting this rook ending, which might not be dangerous, but might be dangerous as well. Rook takes g3 played by Daniil Yufa. He's not afraid. He says there is no shelter for your king, Mr. Gelfand. Rook e7. Now king f8 looks terribly scary, because your king will be cut, and who knows if you are stopping or not stopping the d pawn, right? This looks scary. But if you go to d8, if you're decide not to go to f8, to a scary option, then after rook f7, once again, yeah, he's going to d8, rook f7, and then potentially white will get the king here, exchange the d pawn for a b pawn, and will try to capture both g6 and h5. So white still, thanks to much more active pieces, white still has a chance to win this one. b4 played. rook behind the passed pawn. That's how it's been through ages. B3, and Boris looks unhappy for some reason. Does he have a reason to be unhappy in this position? King E6, I'm guessing. Yep, threatening checkmate in 1. Check from E3 hastens the king where it wants to be. King F6. And then perhaps you just attack the... Yeah, that's important. You don't need to capture the D6 pawn. It's already not dangerous, right? So what you need to do is to go rook F3, I believe. That'll be kind of a nice technical way to make a draw. You get to F3, no, rook D3. I'm surprised, because this might be lost. Rook D3 if white simply captures the pawn on G6 and then pawn on H5. The B pawn doesn't matter all that much, it would seem. So we capture. Rook takes D6, I suspect, otherwise there is no point in playing rook D3, and then white captures the other guy on H5. If you... well, maybe you do protect the B pawn. Maybe you do protect the B pawn, and then you run with the king and the... Yeah, it's always embarrassing trying to analyze rook endings in the very last seconds, so I'd better not to. Let's just witness what's happening. They've reached this position, of course, with rook D3. Well, F5 is perhaps what you do. No, Boris starts with king G6 immediately. King to C8. Isn't it the wrong direction you are going, Daniel? Rook to B4 and king to C7. Okay, time to push some pawns. F5. Yep, the F pawn's going. The F pawn's going. So Daniel is planning to bring the king all the way here, and we'll try to make a draw with the... Well, that's... Aha, so check. F6, rook B6. That's the trick. Okay, and now, guys, we will have a billion moves with queen versus queen and an H pawn alive, right? So white can trade on B6 and go F7. And that's what he has to do, apparently. Oh, well, there is also this check. King goes to D file, rook C1. It's never been considered clever, however, having the rook there. But Boris is not planning to trade. Is it for real? Seems like he's not planning to trade. No, he does. Rook B6, yeah, of course. Now we'll see. Now you guys will see what queen's ending I was talking about. Well, B1 with a check, queen to F5. Black cannot trade. His king is not on time. Black cannot trade. And it can be a very long game. It can be painful game for Daniil Yufov, because even if it's a theoretical draw, it's very tough to hold in a practical game. King F7, you ran out of checks. White constantly threatens some checks with the queen's trade, and all of a sudden you find it extremely hard to actually put your queen on the right square where it's not, well, like at some point you might start panicking, because you look, it's an empty board, you have the queen, the most powerful piece, and still you can't find the square to run away. Like queen A1, I was thinking, okay, let's go to the corner, what bet can happen, and yet there is queen F6, right? Queen H1, for instance, and oh well, white has something to do. He has the pawn, so whenever he has like a moment to breathe, he's gonna push the pawn forward. Queen H2 instead of queen H1, played by Daniil Yufov, so he's planning for a check on C7. So now the question is, do you play H5 immediately, or you give few checks in order to quote-unquote improve your queen's position? H5 immediately, that's correct. Why would you give any checks? The h-pawn, of course, is the worst. It provides the least shelter for your king, right? So it's very likely that sooner or later some sort of a perpetual will happen. Okay, king to g8, played pretty quickly, almost like if Boris would see how to run away from the perpetual check. And he goes to g7. And indeed, with king on g7 and queen of his f7 after the possible check on the 7th rank, he is protected against both checks from g-file and checks from the long diagonal. So queen f6 or queen g6. So that makes sure that the pawn moves one step further. Black's king is in terrible position on the 6th rank. Queen h2, and white still can move the pawn because there won't be any check on the next move as well. h6, will Gelfand win this? That's absolutely amazing. King a5, that's correct. That's correct. You need to move the king away from the 6th rank, so you actually have checks. Need to move the king away. But now white's turn to give checks. So I believe white can give a couple of checks and then push a7. Queen to f5 again. Where do you go? Supposed to go there, I'm guessing. King a4, h7, and now the real challenge. Is there perpetual? Is there a way to stop the h-pawn, or is there a way for the white king to run away? Starts with queen c7 check. White will try to go towards the 3rd rank, 4th rank, so to meet black's checks with counter checks. Queen c7 check, king to h6, yes. Now, for instance, once again, check from h2, king goes to g5, no check on the g-file, no check on the d2. Therefore, queen d6. King h5, no check from d1, and after king h6, we already know black is running out of checks. I believe Daniil Yufo just lost here. No queen d4 as well. Because one of the things to do is you can try to, queen h2 check, king g5, no checks for black. No checks for black. Very impressive technique by Boris Gelfand, perhaps knowing exactly what position he needs to achieve. King b3 played. Okay, let's see. Well, there will be very last chance for black. So now white needs to give a few checks, end up with queen being on the 8th rank and promote the queen. But that'll be the moment where nothing guards white king, and there will be another chance for perpetual. Queen d3 check, however. Okay, king goes there. Queen c4 check. You can't go to dark square because king b1 and then but then queen b3. Queen b3 check, then followed by queen c3 check, and followed by the pawn promotion to a1. Check from c3, king to b1, time to promote. And the king is not stalemated, right? a1 queen. Wow. Oh, that's not a1, guys, it's h8. Doesn't matter, however, since the last pawn left the board. Any chance for Daniil Yufo? Might as well start with queen d2 check. Over there. Might as well start with queen d2 check, because there are some stalemate ideas. But as soon as white will be able to block with the c3 queen, and he inevitably will, so I suspect king g4 should win more or less on the spot. go to G... Well, Boris decided to go to G6. Well, perhaps it's no different. More checks, however, in this case. Because I would have gone Queen G3 with my king on G4, right? And then perhaps that would have been the end of the game. King F5. Apparently Boris already identified some specific trajectory he is planning to bring his king closer to the queens and escape the perpetual check. Check from F2, but still, what a fight. Still, the game continues. Still, Daniil Yufa keeps finding those last resources not to resign. Move 81, the longest game of the rapid. King E4, the last and the longest game of the rapid. King E4. Check from E2. Now Queen E3 is the possibility. Yeah, you need to improve your queens, like, yeah, so Queen E3. Boris is still thinking, however. Yeah, Queen E3. And then the moment you block with the other queen, that's the game over. Queen from C4. You block with the other queen. Is there really a chance? No, I mean, it cannot be a perpetual, right? Cannot be a perpetual, and after Queen D4 it's not a stalemate, right? Check from E6. Kind of a... Those checks are annoying, I have to agree, but it can't be a draw really. King goes there, check from H6. That perhaps is not... Ah, well, and King hides on G3, and the only check available is on the G file. Then it's Queen G4 and nothing can happen. It's an extra queen after all, ladies and gentlemen, so that's an absolutely winning position for Boris Gelfand. What a game, guys, what a game. It's absolutely incredible. Well, still more checks, this time on D6. King H3, no more checks. No stalemate, no nothing. This king has plenty of squares to go. This king has plenty of squares to go, and Yufa, absolute, of course, disappointed. Well, today haven't been a good day for him. Didn't beat Shirov and then lost the position like that. And I'm really, really impressed by Boris's technique, of course. So that means he equals the score, Boris Gelfand, and before the last day the match is still tied. Well, today it really felt like the youngsters were the side who were pressing, and especially in those like last two rounds. But still, before the last day, going to the last day, the score is tied, and everything, the Battle of Generations, will be decided tomorrow in 4 more games of Rapid. So please make sure to tune in tomorrow, 3 p.m. local time, Moscow time that is, for another 4 rounds of Rapid. Same players, same pairing with colors reversed, and the same commentator. Can't do anything about this. So 3 p.m. will be the start of the round. I'll join you guys. I'll come on air like a few minutes before 3. Make sure to try to interact with me through the chat. Sometimes I'm not paying attention. Sometimes I do pay attention to the chat. And once again, for those who come from country who celebrate the International Women's Day, let's not forget to greet your missus. Happy holiday, everyone, and see you tomorrow.